It's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Done.
Gee,
Over.
I said, this is such a great intro, Dylan. And then I see how you kept it in. Oh God. What a great tribute to the ground forces. Awesome. I love the music too. It's such a good morning music. It really is.
It is. I put it together 10 minutes ago, Sean. I'm not kidding you. I got the photos from the Sweeneys. I was like, you know what? Let's do something different. I'll try and do every day. I'll try and do every day if I can. But awesome. Yeah, it's uplifting.
No, that's uplifting.
Awesome. How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, buddy. I'm doing well. So good to see you last night on Mike's show, man.
Yeah.
Always good. Yeah.
It's good to see you on other shows as well, you know, so it's spreading the love. You
know, well, Mike is Mike is such a great guy. I mean, and he's so easy. I mean, he's such a great interviewer, the whole nine, you know. Yeah, and I love being like right now, I love being on this side of the mic because I don't have to think about what I'm going to say and mess up and all this other crazy stuff, you know.
No one's going to shout. The chat's not going to shout to you, going, "Oh, you missed my chat." You know,
yeah, you know, it's like, and you know, if Kim from Australia is out there, Kim, you created a monster, but I'll tell you, I love it. Kim from Australia reached out on Mike's show and said, "Do you have a email?" I said, "Of course." And so I gave an email, my Gmail account, which I don't use a whole lot. And so I checked today. I said, "Oh my God, where all these emails come from?" But Kim, thank you so much. Kim wants to help me out. So it's like, holy, come on. So I'm going to have to get a hold of Kim and see how we can work these things out. You know, I know the time frame, but this is, like I said, the chat, the people in the community. I think I'm 180 people away from 20,000 subs. 180.
Fucking hell.
I mean, that's amazing. I really, you know, we owe it all to the people out there, the chat that keeps us motivated, keeps us in the game. It's truly an awesome, and sassy bartender. I've got you two all lined up. So it's amazing. It's like, and now this email thing really personalizes things.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. I'm getting tips, even more tips. It's amazing.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Because you try. The thing is, I find it hard. You try and get back to everyone you can. So it's impossible to get back. I got emails, I got messages. I just can't do it. I try. Yeah. I really do try.
No, I know. I mean, like I said, you know, with the email. Now, like I said, I have to get this. You know, I'm going to answer them all, right? I mean, in the messenger, my God. I mean, but trust me, I'm going to answer every one of them. That's my mission.
Bloody hell of a mission. I know. I'm way behind. So apologies to anyone I have not messaged back.
Again, to Boston Mike, he's given me all these little backgrounds. Boston Mike, he's sometimes in the chat. He might be on the golf course right now. So
there you go.
I'm going to tell you, Lee Westwood, he's a golfer. He's a British golfer, right?
Yeah.
And oh God, I this is horrible, but there's another Brit, very stylish. What's his name? I can't believe I can't. He's got the nice hairdo, very stylish, drives all kinds of sports cars. He lives in Florida too. But this club I used to belong to, Tiburon, right, which is at the Ritz-Carlton. So you had Lee Westwood, you had Ian Poulter.
Yeah.
All right. Ian Poulter, Lee Westwood, another Brit. I think it was the short guy. Oh God. Anyway, all these famous golfers come and they have this tournament called the Shark Shootout, right? For what's his name? Oh God, I can't believe this. The Shark, Tiburon. What's his name? Come on.
Oh, I don't know that one.
From Australia, Kim. This guy, I've shaken his hand a million times. Anyways, all these guys are putting, and you talk about. I could not understand one word. They had their caddies. They had some friends there. Lee Westwood. Probably every fifth word I could understand. With their British Cockney accents, it was just crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, amazing. So
you got to get used to it. I know.
Yeah.
Right. Shall we show some love to the chat here?
Look at that. Team Justice. Look at that. Wow.
Team Justice with Tom CPU. Right. Yeah. Derek was here early today. Derek, you can remember. Thank you, Derek. Yeah. He says, "Good morning, new member. Great show. Finished the rec exam with Switch from Matrix. Then move on to Crooked Troopers and ME Testimony. Hi, Dylan and Big Sean.
Right.
Hey, Derek. Hi,
Thanks a lot,
Chris-
Derek.
Christine, good morning to you. Good morning, Donna. How are you doing? Mary's got a message. You read this out because I can't say that name. So
Okay, Mary Wyro. It's
Yeah.
Mary the Nurse in Rehoboth, listening from my cruise on Royal Caribbean Symphony of the Sea. Yeah, that's a beautiful, huge, huge boat. Everyone's talking about this trial on board. That's awesome. And I'm in support of
Karen.
Oh, beautiful. Oh,
It's
that's
a
awesome.
cruise that left from New Jersey, so a lot of Mass and Northeast residents. There you go.
That's awesome. That's really good.
Thank you, Mary, for sharing that. And good morning to you.
Yeah.
Christine from New Jersey. How
Nice.
are we, Christine?
Yes, Christine.
Lady Liven Rose. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning
Hello,
to
hello.
you. How are we doing? It's full court today. Yes,
Yes.
This has probably been answered already, to be fair. But Tracy, good morning to you. Morning, Trez from Maryland. How are you? Tiddly Pip, how are we doing, love? From London. She's from London, mate.
Nice.
Nice. Hopefully we see Proctor the ME today. We probably don't see Proctor. I think we'll see other troopers before.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I think he's going to go right down the line. He's going to exhaust everything that was done in the garage, like they're going to put the dummies, how they did the dummy test, backing it up.
Yeah.
Probably we're going to probably see hopefully some reconstruction of how poor Karen did this badass act, right?
I know.
Right.
A good point here, but ladies say, hope Bev doesn't turn the AC off again today. Poor jury.
Why can't Lally step up his game? He's got a voice.
Shout, Lally. Shout.
Right.
Hey, Miss Gold, how are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well, Miss Gold. Actually, I need to see if I can share that photo as well. Hey, Miss Gold. Good morning to you, Jen.
Hey, Jennifer.
Safe travels.
Jennifer has has a great call, and she could be on the street with the microphone. She's a great commentator. Amazing.
There you go. It's a compliment. Well done. That Turtle Boy's there.
There he is.
Turtle Boy's going to be on the show Friday, remember, people?
Right.
She was great. She flew back to North Carolina, to Charlotte. Is it North Carolina? I'm not sure. To Charlotte.
I think it's yesterday. Charlotte. Yeah, Charlotte. And she got accepted to the academy. Jennifer, don't ever lose your integrity. That's what I want to say the other day. I didn't get a chance.
Miss Gold having a butt dialing day. Good morning, Sassy. Good morning, Kelly from Woburn. Here we go. I'm trying to get through some of these. Oh, I can never say this. Patriotic.
I am so sorry. I have not got back to you. Patriotic, you know me. You know I love you. Keep pushing ahead. I'm 1,000% behind you.
There you go.
She knows what I'm talking about.
Hello, Emma from Newport.
Sully. Yeah. I guess she knows who my undercover name was, Sully.
Oh.
Sean Sullivan, Mike Sullivan. I had to change it back to Sean Sullivan because I told the story last night, but it's if we have a break, I'll tell the story again. How I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone's here. Thank you, everybody. Greetings to Ron from Uxbridge.
Yeah, Uxbridge, beautiful.
This is the accuracy of the GPS. They were using accuracy of GPS. The margin of error for your exact location is accurate to within plus minus 12 feet.
Yeah.
3.65 meters.
Listen, what happened to the old get on your hands and knees, put the tape out there and measure it. You got to measure it you can't be any more accurate than that. Come on.
Hey, Darcy. Hey, Miss. Hey, Jackie. Ms. Mojo Rising. Hello, my darling. How are you? Wishing everyone a wonderful day. Free can reading Justice Officer John O'Keefe. Good morning, Crystal. Good morning, Kevin. Ape, good morning. Good morning, Beautifully Inappropriate. Best of luck to you for Friday with your injections. I hope they go well. There you go. I'm trying to skip there. Sierra Echo 123. How do you say Sierra Echo? PNW. It's like them.
SE PNW.
There you go.
Echo Bravo.
I'm just trying to see James Bond. Hey, James.
It's Chrissy.
Says, I volunteer helping an elderly stroke patient on Wednesday, so I'll have to airport in till after lunch. Oh, Ted Daniels on there. I'm hearing people, don't forget to hit the like. Please hit the like, people. Sean, let's have a look how many likes we got.
We have to do that.
113 likes and 300, well, nearly 400 people here. 114 likes. So if you don't like it, I'm going to get Sean to shout at you. So, we don't want Sean.
No.
Sean, you're like the daddy. You're the grand, everyone listens to you. So
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
I had one of my rants to Chris Abbott. You think I'm Big Daddy, motherfucker.
Hey, Loris.
Chrissy, man.
Loris from Ontario, Canada. Good morning to you, my darling. Here we go. Question. Jackie's got a question, Sean. Saw you last night. You talked about basement door, 34 Fairview. Made me think, is that where Higgins' Jeep was? Good morning, Lady Livana Rose.
In the basement? No, I don't think so there, Jackie. The basement, they took the basement bulkhead. They theorized that since Brian said, oh, that's a new bulkhead, which I never knew, but a good friend of mine said to me, said, Sean, you don't understand. To take those doors, right? You can't change them. You got to take the whole thing off. The whole cement around the bulkhead. That's a project. So they just saying, it may mean something down the road. Hey, how about this? Jackson said, I need 4 days. 4 days.
I was going to ask you about that. No, I know I was going to ask you. Let's hold that thought. Let's go through some of these.
Yeah. I'm
sorry.
We
will.
Yeah. You take it all. Take it down.
No, it's fine. Can you read this? Proud da.
Oh, God.
Da. Afternoon, morning, she said. I bet you can't read it. Right, then Heidi, we thought, though, I missed you all. So she had to work yesterday, she said. Cherry had to work yesterday, so she couldn't be here for the show. No problems. Didn't problem, Global Cherry. Lovely to see you back here, my darling. Kendall, happy hump day from Raynham. Let's hope everyone stays awake today. Oh, I know, it's hard, isn't it? Yeah. Alison, good morning to you, my darling. Mona, Lisa, hello, everybody. How are we doing, my darling? Morning, Mike. How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Sassy loves you, Sean. Kevin says good morning.
Sassy's the best.
J Mac, good morning to you. Jonathan, my fella, my only male mod. With
nice.
A bunch of women. Loves it. He's a great mod as well, Jonathan. Morning to you, my friend. He's just started a new business, landscaping business, and he's smashing it, Sean. He's too busy. Good morning to you, Lisa. How we doing, my darling? I know I'm way behind. I'm trying to skip over 13 One Kings. Hello. I'm here to hang with the channel with my man, Sean and Dylan. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, 13 Kings. Hey,
Larry.
Did I miss it? Was 13 Kings, were you getting a little dress down last night? And it was either you or someone else, but I don't think that was right. Come on, man. Everyone needs the love, right? 13 Kings. I think it was you. Yeah, I think Churl gave him a little grief over something. I don't know who it was. Who knows what it was? I don't know.
Larry's in the house. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning to you, Larry.
Hey, Larry. Hey, Larry. I think Friday's the day, buddy. I think. I'll let you know.
I don't know how to say this. Greek. Good morning, afternoon, evening. I've remembered to like the street day. Thank you, my darling. Thank you very much.
See, look at that.
I reckon you bring Miss Shorty onto your team too. She's a great moderator, and she knows this case extremely well.
Miss Shorty, I saw Miss Shorty over there with Michael. Yeah, sure. The more the merrier, right? Jesus.
Hey, Lou Barber's here, the new grandmother, Lou Barber. I believe it's Archie. I hope Archie's doing
the baby.
Well. Oh, he said visited baby Archie yesterday. He needs a little extra help, but doing better every day. We're praying for him. I hope he goes through everything's
always prayers. Always prayers.
Love to you, Lou, and the family there in Cornwall. Here we go, Fairy.
There you go.
Good afternoon, Dylan, Sean. Great show last night.
I saw Fairy there last night. Thank you, Fairy. I reached out to you there. I loved you. How the hell do you get that accent? My father, God be good to him, always he says, Sean, you write your name, you write it just like Fairy does, right like that. That's the Gaelic way. That's the Gaelic way, right there.
It's the Gaelic way. She's the top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you, Fairy. Top of the morning to you.
Yeah.
Sluncher, Fairy.
Sluncher, yeah.
Nice to see you.
Thank you, Fairy.
Here you go. Oh, here we go. Cousin Jill in the house. Cousin Jill.
Hey, Jill. Thanks for having my back. These two idiots on the other old OG page. One said I was a loon. The other one said I was stealing money. And Jill's out there fighting with them. This one said, I can't listen to Sean. He's crazy. He's a loon.
It's great when people
They
bring it
don't think
back.
I read. I do read. I'm gonna blast off one of these days.
I love it. I love that when people
These
bring it back
idiots.
like
What was
that.
her name? Poppycock or some stupid.
So
I don't
she's
know.
stupid. Sheila, good morning to you, my darling. Vicky, hello, Vicky. How we doing, my darling?
Vicky.
Darcy. Corey, hello. From Florida. There we are.
Nice,
Kim,
look at
hello to you. Vivian, good morning to you. Donna, trying to go
Donna
through
Mahoney.
people. Kate's in the house. Rise and shine. Good morning from Mass. How we doing? Matthew. Greg Norman, he was saying.
That's
Greg
true.
Norman.
How the hell could I? He, you know what he called me? He called me Sunshine, right? And I guess in Australia, for the Australians, that's right, Sheila. He called me Sunshine. He said, "Hey, Sunshine," because I asked him a question, and these members crucified me. Hey, Sunshine. I guess it's not a good term to be called by Australians.
That's all right. It's better than nothing. That's all right. Rhode Island lady, good morning to you. Baseball dad from Indiana. How we doing, fella? Hope the baseball coach is going well out there with the kids. Hope you're all well as well.
That.
Jesus Christ. Gary from the UK, here he is. Gary, how we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Bergstrom, all the way from Pittsburgh. How we doing, my friend? That like button is also easy to forget. Thank you, Jonathan.
Well, we're way behind, huh?
We are. Greg, hello. Shit.
The Shack. Man,
hello,
I'll tell you, he's an amazing guy.
Good morning, Carla from the buffer zone. Hello, my darling. Gary T, good morning to you. Kevin, hello. Sunny days. Hello.
Contradicting. Oh my God, I can't believe I can't even say it myself now.
Lou's mom, hello. Carrie, good morning.
I gotta get some Prevagen. I know. Listen, the hard drive is full.
It's hard, isn't it? Lizzie Bones, hello to you as well.
Nice.
Topsy P is going to the court today. Happy days.
Oh, nice.
That's good news.
Good.
Kim, don't forget that. Thank you, Kim. Hello, how we doing, Fartbox McGee? Jennifer, how we doing, my darling?
Fartbox, Jennifer, I saw you there last night. I didn't have a chance to reach out, but I did see you. I saw you there.
Hey, Mimi. Hey, Halos and Horns. Hello. Mr. O, hello. Oh, no, it wasn't Mr. O. Who were the questions for Sean?
The beads. Let's get the beads.
Hello, Kate.
The girl flashed us.
Someone had a question for yesterday. I hope they do it, bring it up today.
Yesterday?
Lil G. Yeah, no, it's on my stream. It's fine. Lil G says, oh, is that the clearer?
Hey, holy. There he is. Look at him. Oh, God.
Be inside the courtroom today.
Yeah.
So the clearer is in it today as well, then. He made the trip, so he is in the courtroom today.
Wow.
Lil G says, good morning. Yes, please remind me. I got something to play on Twitter from Leah about a glass and stuff. So please remind me, people. Little Mystery, good morning to you. Lizzie Bones, hello. Donna, good morning. Miss Gold says, I'm trying to lose my...
Hey, Donna.
Cockney
I love you, Donna. Come on. Let's spread the love.
Miss Gold's got Cockney accent. She wants to be a Welsh accent. Love it. Sandra Mayhew, hello to you, my darling. South Carolina. Linda, good morning to you. Sunny. Sunny's like a cop mafia name, isn't it? Sunny. I love it.
Yeah.
No Proctor today. There you go. Let's just... Jody Mitchell, hello to you. Phil, good morning from Peabody.
The glare is taller than I thought.
He is massive. I didn't expect it to be like that. Yeah. I thought it was the Undertaker to start off with. I was like, Jesus Christ.
The Undertaker.
Yeah, because the glasses.
I know.
He's a big boy.
He is.
He's a big boy. Jesus Christ.
Boy, the trolls will be going off today.
Oh, they will be. Well, I'm glad he's there. Fair play to him. And shout out to Phil, the husband as well. There.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning to Canterbury Tales. Good morning to you as well. Good morning, Jennifer. Brenda, good morning. Little Mystery, good morning to you. We're way behind you. Little Mystery, we've done that. Vanessa, good morning. Loris Warenko from Ontario. Susanna, how we doing?
Susanna.
Love it.
My wife was saying, yes, the other day we were talking. I said, no, it's not you, Susanna.
I know. Cynthia, hello. Kelly, hello. Crafty Cow, hey, how we doing, Crafty Cow? Nancy, hello to you as well. Helena Handbasket, hello, my darling. P.I. looking for Berkey. Everyone's looking for Berkey.
I believe so, Helena. I believe so.
October Girl, hello. B from Japan, hello. Shop Mom, hello.
B.
Lulu's mom, she's got it going on. Good morning from Cape Cod. Hello. How are you doing? Della Sandor, smash the like button, folks. Mel Stan, good morning, guys. Sean is so great for all of us. We don't have the background, but No, Karen has been framed. Scariest way to live. Absolutely.
No, it truly is. It truly
Kev,
is.
hello. Any first-time viewers here? Yeah, any first-time viewers? Yes. Tim, how are we doing, fella? Hope you're well. Kevin, hello. Ape, we got done, Ape. TB's a sharp-dressed fella. Oh, she is. Kelly Reed. Good morning,
Hey,
my friends.
Kelly.
How are we doing, my darling?
Always good to see you, Kelly.
Love Kelly. Thank you for Kelly for being here, as always.
Hey,
And
good. You scored the exclusive. That's
Oh,
huge. That's huge.
thanks to her. Thanks to her. We'll get Kelly was once Karen gets exonerated. Kelly will be on every single stream.
Oh, absolutely.
She'll be everywhere. She'll,
she's got
awesome.
a great persona, great personality.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Right.
She's amazing.
Yeah, she is.
Gary Beeston, yes.
Thank
Leah.
you. Thank you. Leah. She was all over last night, giving donos, saying hi, Sean. That was to Jerky, to Michael. She was giving, she was put like the dono right and said, hi, Sean. And I finally said, hey, Leah. I haven't seen Leah in a while.
Yeah. So obviously for a while. Erin Hack, here we go. Mighty Chappy, there you go. I'm here and out of breath. There you go. Small bus. Erin's like 4'1". She's tiny.
Is she really?
So
wow.
She's tiny girl, yeah.
Wow.
She might be a little bit taller than that, but
she'd be a midget next to the Glera.
I thought the Glera is fucking huge.
Look at her.
Jesus Christ.
Get all black but white sneakers.
Hello, Laurie. Hello, my darling. Still in the hospital, but I've told every single nurse here about the Karen Reid case. Plymouth Mass. A bunch of the nurses were talking about it.
Oh, beautiful.
Good luck to you, Laurie, my darling. Hope you're well as well. Okay. Sheila, good morning to you. Kiki, Borada, Kiki. Borada to you, Kiki. How are you doing? How are you doing? Keep it moving. There you go. Mystery Maven, hello to you. Darcy, hello. Amy, Jesus Christ. KM, hello. Question, does it have to be an anonymous verdict? Yes.
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 Yeah. If not, we do it all over again. Can you believe that?
I know. Well, potentially. It depends. We spoke with this yesterday. They don't have to retry it. But
no, they don't. But
depends on if it's 11-1 not guilty, then no way will they retry it. They can't,
True.
True Seeker, hello to you, my darling. I hope you're a woman, because I say my darling to people. I called Big Dog my darling once, and I was like, Jesus Christ.
Brad Goldstein.
Samantha, hello to you. Great question from Ape. I'm struggling with the plastic from the taillight. It does not look shattered. Some pieces look torn, not shattered pieces are curved.
Yeah. Hey, listen, real quick. If you go to Just Joey Saying, I believe he did a whole thing. There's something about those two clear plastics, right? And we determined yesterday that John had to have, that's in the inside layer. There is absolutely no way. And there's another thing that we found on one of the videos, and her name is Lisa, but it's Lesa, Lisa, maybe? I don't know. I got to get to that too, but Lisa, thank you. Those videos were incredible. We might have found, we may have missed something, that they had the tarp underneath the car, and that sail, that large piece that was found, Dylan, on February 18th, is sitting on top of the car. How can it be in the garage on February 1st, but they don't find it to February 18th? This could be huge.
Yeah,
huge. It's on a piece of napkin. What are those, marijuana plants?
Don't know. Hey, Crystal.
No.
Tim. Right, so thank you, Kelly, for the donation. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for everything.
So
Have
nice.
a beautiful day. You know how much we love you, Kelly. If you're still here, you know how much we love you. Thank you, as always, to you, Kelly.
Well, we got the glare to come up, man. That's great.
MJ, hello to you, my friend.
Locals, I'm telling you, they're all going down.
Big D Dog, here he is. Here's my darling, Big D Dog. How you doing, fella?
Big D, man.
He just called me Sweetie. He calls me Sweetie back. Rosemary, hello to you. You look faint. Buttercup. Oh, Buttercup.
Southie, here you go.
Mod love. There we are. John, hello to you. I can't keep going. I've lost. Amber, hello to you from North Carolina. Kevin, hello. Tim. Jesus Christ. Diamond Dave. Oh, Diamond Dave from Falmouth. How you doing, Dave?
Oh.
Nice to see you. Mike, hello to you. Paula, hello to you, my darling. Florida Tim's in the house. Kimmy's in the house. I really am trying to go through everybody. Kelly Walker, hello to you. Della, hello. Kelly says good morning to everyone. Just Samantha, hello. Casey, hello.
Wow.
What the fuck happened there? I don't know.
Stone him.
Do you know what? I'm losing. Brian, hello to you. Sorry if I've missed anyone. Janice, Tammy, Smearing Feces, hello. He might be taking a stand today. We don't know.
He could.
I am marking your questions, so don't worry. Cynthia, hello. John's in the house, is he? John's in the house. Come on.
Oh, nice.
Hello to you. Good morning to you, my darling. Question. I am highlighting them. Darcy from Scotland. Hello. Tracy Violet, Spider Girl. Hello. Shari D. Hello to you. Lacey's. I thought that's Lacey's mum, but it's Lacey Ann. Hello. Terry. Hello. Afternoon, Del. Del, how are you doing, fella? Can't be with you today again. Shout out. Thank you for the coffee, Del, as always.
Hey, let me ask you a question real quick. I know you're.
Yeah.
But if I don't remember, if I don't say it when it's in my head, I lose it.
Yeah.
Aiden said he thinks the F word is worse than the C word, but he said the C word is very common over with you guys in the UK. Is that true?
Not where I'm from, no. So where I used to live in a place called Carnarvon. So what they did, instead of saying the C word, we say cont. So we say cont. Instead of CU, we say CO. So in Carnarvon, I lived there for 3 years. You could go anywhere. You could say, "Shall I cont? Hi cont." You would be popular in that sense, yes.
Listen, I always live by that is like the mother of all worst words you could ever say or ever say to a woman. Come on.
Yeah, I would never say it. But I think in England, in London and all that, I think it's more popular to say it. In Wales, it's definitely not popular to say it. I would never say that to a woman. If I was to say that word, I'd say cont.
Yeah.
Which is cont is endearing. Yeah. Everyone loves it, but I wouldn't say that to a woman either. So,
but don't be misguided. I have used that word. Let me tell you something. It is the most. If you want to cut someone down, oh my God, I'm telling you, that is a vicious word.
I only use it to people I don't like.
It's vicious.
Yeah, people like Gemma Cape. She's a cunt.
Oh.
Do you know what I mean? She's one.
She's a mofo.
Mofo, yeah.
No,
I'll always
use
mofo.
CUNT. See you next Tuesday. Yeah, I don't even like. I don't like saying the word. I really don't.
No, I try to avoid it. I try.
Even though I said it. Trust me,
it's very popular in Australia though. So.
In Australia.
Yeah, very popular. Earthly Impress. Hello to you, my darling.
Okay, right. Get going there, buddy.
Leo, hello. I've lost it. Good morning to you from Mobile, Alabama. Rachel, hello to you. I'm way behind now. Arkansas, Peaches, hello. Jackie, hello. Kendall, hello. I'm sorry. I need to. Seriously, good morning to you.
Look at the ants over there. Jesus.
Thank you to Crystal for the super
chat.
Crystal.
There's another woman. She's battling the trenches for me too. Thank you, Crystal, for getting my back over there. Thank you very much.
There you go. Hi, Dylan and Sean. I heard from a great source that they found blood on the bulkhead.
Oh, that would be awesome. Let me tell you, forget about, John was never at that house. They find any DNA inside that house. Bye. And I'll tell you, he says 4 days. It's going to take him. He wants 4 days to do an autopsy on all of them. He's going to slice them up. He's going to gut them like a trout. That's what Mike Tyson said. I'm going to gut you like a trout.
Hello, Lisa, as well. CLT, good morning. Okay, I can't say hello to everyone. Kristen, hello. Kristen, hello. Apologies, I missed everyone. I'm so sorry. But Mia, good morning to you. If you really want me to say hello to you, then please, silly move, anyone picking on Dylan and Sean. B from Japan. Yeah, I'm so far behind. I'm literally 12 minutes behind.
Okay, thank you, B. Thank you for that. Yeah, the Shark man, he crucified me.
Okay. Right. Leah M says the Glera could work for us at the funeral home. Sean, bring on the medical examiner. Hey, Dylan, thank you for your coverage. Thank you, Leah.
Thanks, Leah.
And thank you for the
Leah. Look at that. That's a big dono. Beautiful.
It is. MJ, let's hit that like
Giddy up.
Giddy up,
baby. Giddy up.
Cynthia says, love you both. Thank you, Cynthia. I can't keep up with chat, people. It's gone. Karen Peck, good morning to you. You can see I'm way behind. If you really want me to say hello to you, like Dr. Vix, say it in now. I'll try and catch up. I'm way behind. I do apologize. It's just I cannot do this. Barbara, hello to you, my darling. Fucking hell. Do you know, this is my worst nightmare because I love to say hello to everyone.
Oh, buddy, I mean, this is a great problem to have. You got so many subs, so many people on the channel. This is beautiful. Look at the nails here.
But I do, as I say, I do apologize if I've not said hello to you. It's not in a rude way. It's just I'm so far behind. I need to get to the live bit because we've got a couple of questions here. Do you think that defense will call any of the prosecution witnesses in their case to ask questions they couldn't ask in the prosecution case?
Yes, absolutely. Now, someone's talking about they have to get permission from the judge. I don't know about that. I mean, they have their own case to put on, right? So
they have to get permission from the judge about third-party stuff. She's not ruled on that.
Party, yeah,
that yes.
Call witnesses back
to call them. They can call whoever the fuck they want.
Exactly. Right. But she still has that caveat if it comes out naturally, right? Organically. What'd you say? Organically?
Yeah, organically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Beth says, hello, Beth, by the way. An attorney was arguing me yesterday. There's no way the evidence was planted before the search. She claimed that the car was being towed at the time. Yeah,
absolutely wrong. That person's absolutely wrong. I'm going to tell you right now, the timeline, again, who controls the narrative? The gatekeepers, right? He's saying it's at X amount of time. We don't know what the time was. There was no one down there. You got to trust them? Come on.
I love seeing you here, Sean. The UK loves you. See? They love you. Sure, they love you more than they love me. And I'm from the UK.
Come on. You're the man. Well, guess what? You have a lot of Americans, buddy. Look at that.
I know. I love
a lot of Americans.
Hello, Carol. It's great, though. Hippie chicks in the Kirsten.
Hey, my good friend, Rick Stadoulis, is from Hershey, Pennsylvania. And he goes to the Hershey Country Club. How about that?
There you go. There we are, Marilyn, Crystal, Edward Scott's back in the house. Mia, Mrs. Mia Wallace, hello to you. Question, can we talk about evidence photos, large piece of the broken or sitting on the bumper, but never pointed out? That's what you just said, isn't it?
What, Sherry, I'm telling you, that's what a woman by the name of Lisa sent to me somewhere. I was either my emails, here comes Karen. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. We got to get on this, man.
Okay.
Alan, can I get a picture with you? I didn't get you yesterday, a picture.
The other assassin.
Beautiful. Look at Dennis.
We'll see if we get to a couple of other witnesses before him doing some crime lab stuff. We'll see if we get to together.
Oh,
my God.
Alan, Terry, Tom.
You said crime lab stuff first, and then maybe they get to Bukkake.
Yeah.
Bukkake, maybe. Hey, thank you, Fairy. But have a great day ahead, and thanks for all you. No, thank you for popping in, Fairy. I really appreciate you. Thank you, my darling. Thank you very much.
Fairy,
hey, Anthony.
Fairy's going to have to report to us what the crack was at work.
I know, that's a crack.
That's right.
When we walk up there, there's something.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, get the train going. Look at this guy.
Tom, I'm going to just follow you.
Tom looks so proud. Look at him.
Must be exciting to do that walk.
Oh, what would you I'd love to be, you'd love to be there one day. Do you know what I mean? Just to go in there, experience it.
Yeah. Look at the cameras.
I love that everyone's cheering for Tom as well because it's like a big thing for him. It's amazing.
You'd think they could just pull up those SUVs in front of the courthouse. Look they got the traffic stopped anyways. Just pull them up. They out on board and boom, they're gone. I don't get this.
See you later, brother. Okay.
Yeah. Tom is the only one that gets to go with his camera up.
I love you, Karen.
At this point, I guess she's going too, I guess. I don't know. Maybe she's got Tom's credentials. Who knows?
Maybe.
All right. So
let them get through. Yeah, we'll let them get through the metal detector, right?
Okay.
And then I'll go behind them.
Very good.
No lighter. I know. Lighter.
Mary, we did read it out.
Oh yeah, I can't believe it.
We gave you a shout out earlier on, Mary. So
It was a good
enjoy
feeling
your
to walk
cruise.
with everybody.
Jesus
They got to,
Christ.
hey Mary, they got to stream Dylan here. Tell them to stream us. We'll give them
Stream
a
it.
little wave on the cruise line.
Yeah.
Yeah. The seas is huge, man. It's huge.
Right, now that they've gone in, let's look at this then. Hang on. Let's do, hang on.
Well,
What?
go ahead. No, I already said it. I was just saying the trolls will be out in massive force today, banging on Tom's CPU, banging on the Galera. I mean, really, they're going to crucify the Galera.
Jealous.
Man, I love the schedule. I love how you did that, man. That's awesome. Really. That's a great picture, Karen, too. I love that picture.
Hang on. Right, hang on. Present. Right, so this was posted by Leah yesterday, so I wanted to give her some love as well. So she shared this. So obviously this came up.
Yeah, what the hell is this foolish thing?
So that was found by Lally, so fine. It resembles the Jeep, the light of a Jeep or the covering.
You know, that's amazing, huh?
And then if I just go to the other bit here, present, share screen. No, not that one.
Real quick, Dylan, when you're saying, are you doing a tab or a share the screen?
I share the screen tab. It's in a tab though.
It's in a tab. Okay, good. All right.
Yeah.
I'm in training still. I'm still in training.
Still in training. And then this one, Sean, this is going to be opened by window. This one is.
Oh, okay. Open by window because you have it on your.
So what people seem to think is this.
Look at
casing. This. And who drives one of these? Higgins.
Are they trying to set him up? Whoa.
I don't know.
Wow.
So, hey, psychology. How are you doing, darling? Good morning to you, Kitty. Good morning, Amy. So, good morning, numbers. Michelle, good morning to you as well. I didn't catch you. Jovo, hello. So, anyway, that is just something. Just something to be considered of. Now, you said let's go and watch Joey. To see Joey, did you?
Joey Just Saying, I think it's called. Just Saying. Joey Just Saying. He's a big fan, Dylan.
Oh, no, I know Joey. I know Joey. He's great.
Yeah.
I know Joey. He's fantastic. Hang on. I just need to find him here. Joey. Just say that. I know Joey. Joey's great. He sends us lots of love all the time.
And he's got an amazing mind. He really does.
Right. What are we looking for with Joey now? What do you want us to show with Joey? Did he want to show something from Joey here?
I think he was going to show something regarding the two clear plasters with the little ridges, right? And what it basically suggests is that we know the taillight has an outer shell and an inner shell, okay? And those two pieces that they found, maybe those are replies, posts. He would have posted this. I didn't see it yet. But if he hasn't, wait a minute now. No, I guess not. It would have been posted last night, but he'll do it. I gave him the honor. He found this, and he needs to. This guy has a great mind. He really does.
He's a great guy.
Yeah. Oh man, let me tell you something. Guy is aces, along with Olivia.
Well, so many of them.
Oh yeah. Everyone contributes. It's amazing. Everyone.
Everybody.
So getting back to this thing, those two pieces, right? So we found the pieces side by side with a picture, right? When they finally showed it, and he said, "Wait a minute." So he goes back to the taillight project, and he finds that these pieces, right, in a normal taillight, are over to the left, inside the outside shell. And I guess the point he's trying to make is that it wasn't the fact that the car hit John is the force that these people used to get the pieces that they truly wanted from the backup light. That's what they wanted. They wanted something. Because they knew that they couldn't justify because of all the video, right? And it's going to come out. But what they really wanted was to get those pieces. You know, everyone kept saying, well, there was no pieces back at One Meadows when she hit John's car. No, because, and I hope they get a taillight expert. The Lexus taillight, and that Lexus is a huge, I mean, that thing is expensive. It's 90,000 plus, right? And it's designed to have the debris on impact go inside, not out. And when they got that car into Canton PD, all they wanted were those pieces because that's all they needed. But they went too far, and the whole thing, it's like, you know, it's like the domino effect. What's that game when you pull the brick out and all of a sudden the whole thing falls?
Oh yeah, I know.
That's what happened to them. So,
thank you, Paul from Woburn. Thank you,
Wooby.
Right, before you answer this question, right, I got a question here for you. I need to shout to some people. Sean, we got 900 people here, but only 300 likes.
Oh, come on, man. Oh,
Sean,
come on.
Sean.
Come on. The likes, you got to do the likes, people.
I mean,
Elvis is going to come back in if you don't hit the likes.
He's coming back in the building.
He's going to do an encore. He's going to keep him outside the building. Hit the like button, for Christ's sake. Come on.
Jesus, come on, people. The more likes we get, the more.
I can't believe this girl said, she said I was a loon. She says, I can't. I tried. I can't take it. I can't take this guy.
You'd be called worse.
He's a loon. I'm a loon.
Dr. Vix, what are court days today, this week? So this week, bloody hell, this week, today full day, tomorrow half day. And
that's it.
If you're from England or the UK, it's from court stops at 5 o'clock on tomorrow, which is 12 o'clock midday in Eastern in New York, Boston, and if it's Central, it's 11 a.m. whatever. So half day, and then next week they've not announced yet. Next week they've not announced it. Lightning Leaf, hello. Will the defense be refuting the taillight today with a 508 video with a current witness? Who knows? You know,
I don't know. At some point, they're going to have to defend themselves against the taillight pieces. At some point,
yeah, they're gonna. But it's how they do it. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Stephen. It depends how they do it.
Right.
Joseph said, hits it too hard, smash polycarbonate takes over 6,000 pressure.
That's true. Someone put that out there. Yeah, that is true. That is true.
It is. You know, there's a lot here. Jenga. That's what they call Jenga. Yes.
Jenga. That's right. That's it.
Hello to you, Joseph. Hello to you as well.
Joseph. That's
also Lil G. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for reminding me about Twitter. Thank you, my darling. Violent Lilac. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. Hit the like button. Ms. Mojo says, I liked it. Thank you, Sully. Bailey's in the house. From my 3 likes from my account today. 1 phone, 1 tablet, 1 TV. Thank you, Bailey.
That's awesome.
I appreciate that. Give that like button the Compton salute. I love it. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's any questions for you. Jill, good morning to you, Jill.
Morning, Jill.
I love that. Lil Spanks, what a name. Cindy, good morning from Oregon. Hello, my darling. Hang on, we got you on here. Whoops, we got Wicked Sykes in the house. Hello, Wicked. Don't shame me about the like button. I store my music on my likes for years. I use likes as storage, super chats. It helps the algorithm too. It's the likes are huge for us through the algorithm. So yeah,
are they really? Are they?
Yeah, they really help.
Oh, okay.
You should always push for your streams to get likes because
smash the like button. That's what it means.
Yeah, because it really does generate people to go in the algorithm because you're competing against every other streamer. So you want people to see it. The more views he gets, the more likes he gets, the more shares, the top you are basically. So
all right, buddy.
Oh right. Oh, I got you. Okay. So what she's saying is. I store my music on my likes, so if you like it, then it's stored. I'm with you. I'll never shame anyone for not liking. You're forgiven, Wicked Sight. Right, hang on. What we got here? Linda Mitchell's in the house. Sarah Matheson, thank you, my darling. Jovo, Sicily, Lover. Right, hang on. Boom from MJ. Eliza, hello. Lorraine, hello to you as well. We're all a little crazy, Al says. Absolutely. If you're here for Karen and her Injustice, show the love. Absolutely. Hit that like button. Loon. MJ loves the fact that you called her loon.
Oh, they're loons, man. I'm a loon.
Luby. Hi, Ledgers. Made it and catching up. By the way, Turtle Boy plugged both your channels today. Oh,
nice.
Thank you, Turtle Boy.
Luby. Luby's from Australia, right? Is Luby from Australia?
Good day, mate. Yeah, she's from Australia, mate. Good day,
Right.
Luby.
Yeah.
Luby. Right. So for those
your countryman there, Greg Norman, calls me sunshine. I guess that's a slap in the face.
Ashley says the clearer Will surprised everyone is there. He got to go into court. I'm not surprised though, because I've not seen him stream the last couple of days. I don't think so. I was like, ooh. Yeah. I did think he might make the journey because Karen did invite him and stuff like that. So I thought, you know, if Karen invites you, you jump on a plane and you go.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, it's like bugger everything else. Yeah. Good morning, Lisa. Hello as well. Sally. Hello, Sally. Hope you and the family are well. Hope everything's good with you there, Sal. Honestly, Sean, you were great to listen to last evening.
Thank you. Honestly, thank you. I was a little mellow, right? Calm. I like being on the other side, like this. I like it. You know, don't worry. I won't be that. Depends how today goes, but yeah, I kind of like Mike. Mike calms me. Mike is like he has a very like yourself, Dylan, very calming effect. It's the knuckleheads that get me going. You know.
Yeah, he's Mike's a great guy. But he's the same as you. So how many subscribers have you got? I hope everyone has subscribed to Sean's channel, which I'm sure you have.
I was like a couple hundred, under 100 shy of 20,000, which I think is you people are amazing. I mean,
let's have a look.
Subscribe. You just subscribe, right? You just go to the channel, hit subscribe. That's it, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't cost a thing. But what I didn't understand was the importance of it. You know,
it's super important.
I started this thing. I don't know what date it was, but like I told people before, 2:00 in the morning, I learned how to do it. Right at 7:00 that night, I had over 1,000 subs. Yeah. Over 1,000 the first friggin' night.
So
I'm just thinking it's crazy. So
you've got 19,900 and something now.
I'm under the 100. Wow.
You're under the 100 because it says 19.9K. So you must be under. So go subscribe to him. Or how many have I got, Sean? Sean, can we get me up to 8,000 today?
Put you up there. Where are you?
I'm not sure. Let me just have a look here now. Let me go into the studio. Let's have a look.
Can we transfer subs? Can we Can I donate subs? Can I donate subs?
Hey, can I just be honest with you? You've donated enough to me because you've donated all.
Come on,
most of these viewers. I got 7,916 subs.
Come on, get them up to 10,000 today, guys.
I won't get up to 10,000 today, but if I go up to 8,000, I'll be chuffed. Chuffed a bit. Susie, hello. Good day, guys. Good day, mate. What are we going to get today? We're getting boring stuff today. Boring stuff.
No, I think. Listen, I think we're getting into some good stuff. I really do. I mean, to show how buffoon. We're going to show all the buffoonery today. All the buffoonery.
It's more the lolly. Lolly just makes you sleep, man. Where's that Sarah penis? Yeah, I don't know what Sarah P is yet. Hang on. Hey, Sean, whilst we're at this and we got time.
I think we have to do this.
Let's do this. Sean knows exactly what I'm talking about. Hang on.
But you know something? I'm going to take the opportunity to do mine too, though.
Yeah,
hold on.
You do yours.
All right, buddy. You got it. I'll see you right back in a minute.
Yeah, fine. Oh, hang on. I need to refresh you first, don't I? Thank you to some bollocks. Right. Oh, and now I've got Jonathan on my screen. Jesus Christ. Right, there we go. Jesus. Thank you to someone who's bought me 3 coffees. You guys rock. You and Sean are a great team. It's like a movie with a tough cop and his gracious partner. Oh, which was which? I love how you think of songs at the drop of a hat. Work on those cursey words, fellas. Keep the wives and specials someone's happy. There you go. Yeah, I do try not to swear too much, but thank you, someone. Thank you, much love to you for that. I really appreciate you for that. And yeah, this is true. Sean is the tough cop and his gracious partner. Gracious. See, I can't fucking say these words. And then I go and swear. I can't even say the words. I can't even say it. Jesus Christ. But thank you so much to someone. Do plain comments help? Everything helps. Hey, hang on, let me get with this. Everything helps, guys. If you... Oh, freaking Nora. No. Oh, Jesus Christ. Where's this gone? There we are. If you comment at the end of the stream, like, even if you comment during the stream, it helps massive. If you comment afterwards as well, leave a comment, it's huge. All engagement is massive. Share it, like it. Even if you dislike it, it's still exposure. And do it for anybody you like. Do it. Make sure you subscribe to all times. And yeah, comment afterwards. Do all sorts. It really does help. It really does. Hey, as I say, if you're from the UK, you'll know it. Every little helps. And then you go that bing bing on the arse, smack on the arse. Right, let me get Law and Crime back up. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Where's it gone? No, wrong one. There we are. No, wrong one. Law and Crime. Here we go. I got it. Yeah, baby, we got it. Here we go. Boxer Brief in the house. Hello. Can't believe Will Aguilera flew up and is in court today with Tom. Sean, would be awesome if you could go, but think gonna go much better when Jefe is. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see Sean in there. Love to see you, and I'm glad Will's in there. Will's done a lot of work, and Brian LTL is in on Thursday as well, and I'm chuffed to bits that Tom is in today. Do you know Brian LTL is in court tomorrow as well?
Oh, good, good.
For that half day.
Awesome. Yeah, full disclosure, I have been invited up. I just can't get up there right now. Kelly has has given me a personal invitation. It's a standing invitation, as a matter of fact. I just say I'm coming. No, but you know something, and I looked at Will, right? And you know, Will, even though he's a good persona, you could tell he gets uncomfortable. He's, fidgeting with his hands. And I think he feels the same way. He gets all these people coming to him. And my thing is this, I don't, like yourself, Dylan, we go up there and be like all this fanfare. The focus has to be on Karen. You know what I'm saying? And I want to get up there for the big blast off party. Oh, that's what I want to be at.
I'm there. I'm there.
I love sitting right here. And I can't, I told Kelly, I can't come up because I'm committed to Dylan.
I know, but anytime you're going up there, I'd love
listen,
to see you.
Everybody has their place, right? Everyone has their place. And look at Joe Rogan. Joe Warren is in the building today.
Is he?
No, he's right. I can't come to Mass right now, but I can when they're all locked up. Right, Joey? No, it's true. He's right. He's right. I talked about this the other night.
Yeah, I know.
He's true.
Claire says, does anyone know who's testifying today? I think it's the crime scene people, and maybe it's the troopers might start today as well. If they get to them,
it would make sense that they continue down the road. Okay, so they had the evidence collect, the processors, the analysts, the lab people, and now they're going to have to go through the cars. What they did, the cars unit, whatever the hell that stupid thing's for. Yeah. You know what I found out though, which was really. I know you still want to thank people, but
that's fine.
I found out how these people cannot make independent decisions. Like a lieutenant, right? He's not a first line super. He's a second to third line super in some type of agencies, right? I'm not sure if they have corporal with the state police, but the bottom line is this: they could not make decisions. They had to get all kinds of layers of approvals. And this was for a Boston cop. Everyone keeps forgetting about it. And listen, I know all lives matter. But I can tell you right now, in the police world, right, Mark Meadows said it, all hands stop and they contribute. You wear that uniform, you wear that badge, you carry that gun, You pull all the stops out. And they did absolutely nothing, zero, for John O'Keefe. That's the thing that pisses me off the most.
Yeah. No, I got you.
Right?
Good morning, Tina.
But getting back, I'm so happy that the glare is there. Listen, I'm happy. I'm happy that all the supporters, I wish all 20,000 of my subs could get in there, right? It's just that you can't. But, you know, while we're waiting for the big blast off party, right? This is the best ticket this is the best ticket right here to the show. This is the ticket to the show. And I wouldn't be anywhere else, buddy. I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't be anywhere else.
I know, and I appreciate you. We just got over 1,000 people here.
That's beautiful, man.
But we've only got 500 likes, so please make sure you like it, people. Let's get to 1,000 likes. Shelley asked, do you think the defense did move to suppress Taylor because they want to expose the cover-up?
Bingo. Absolutely, Shelley. Absolutely. 1,000%. That is the game plan. Even though Kevin thinks that, they're not going to touch it. Of course they are.
No,
absolutely. You're right on the money, Shelley.
I'll ask Aidan tomorrow. Remind me to ask, Friday, sorry.
And
ask Laura as well, because I got it. I don't know. We'll have to ask them. Sorry, I got you, because shipping is atrocious.
Shipping probably costs more than the item.
It does. Nearly, it does. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I did get some stuff from Turtleboy Store, but I think they were looking to do UK-based stuff as well. So we'll try and, I'll have to speak to one of his mods about that to see if we can get that sorted. I understand, because I want to get the taillight stuff as well, but I couldn't get it shipped here. So it's just cost too much to get it shipped here. Hang on, there's something here. Thank you to Uncle Fredo. Thank you for the super sticker. Nice. Thank you very much for that. Helen says, Sean, I made something for you. Do you have an email address where I can send it to you?
Helene, it's S as in Sam, A as in Adam, like Sean Aiden. But my middle name is spelled A-E-D-A-N, like the Gaelic way, right, Fairy? If you're listening still, you're probably at work. Anyways, S.A. McDonough 8 at gmail.com. Thank you. I lost her name. Anyway, that's what it is.
Oh, sorry, Helene. Yeah.
It's all right. Don't worry. It's Helene. Right, Helene. I forgot. God.
Kathy says both Sean and Dylan should be over 50k subs. That'd be nice. Thank you, Keith. Awesome. Hello, Keith. Air conditioning or no air conditioning today? Oh, Jesus. Hopefully air conditioning.
Come on, Lally. Pick up your game. Come on. Pick it up.
Sean is wicked
pisser. Wicked pisser, man.
Good morning to you, Chris.
I did love Turtle last night. Aiden, he goes, I don't really like saying F, so I'm going to stop saying F. And like 3 sentences later, fuck this guy. I loved it. He says, forget it. That look at this.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh yes. Oh, absolutely. Michael, you got that right, my friend.
Yeah, Sean, you had a broken record with subs in a day, then amount of views, your lives get over now almost at 20k. You and Young Jerks, same, and Dylan almost 8k. I know. I feel blessed having 8k, let alone 20,000. Yeah. And you did it like overnight. So
listen. Like I said, if I was into this for that, I wouldn't be here, right? I want to be honest. I took a stand, and I told this to this other fool, Kevin, the other day. I said, unlike you, Kevin, I haven't changed. When I came out of the blocks on Aiden's show last June, I haven't changed my position at all. Matter of fact, my position, if it's possible, has gotten even more definite. Absolutely. I mean, I was definite in June of last year. I have never, ever changed my position. So unlike some of these, like the wine girl and the tarot girl, what's her name?
They're all idiots.
Kevin himself. Come on. And listen, I'm seeing Ozzy right now, Ozzy Inside. Man, I love her videos. I don't get it. I don't get enough chance to see them.
Ozzy Inside there, I got copy stricken twice now on your videos.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
So if I play her videos, it means I get a strike to say that I have to either take it out mute
Oh,
it,
Jesus.
and edit it. It's fine. It's only like a little bit. I played one of your videos yesterday. I straight away got stricken. I was like, ah.
Yeah.
But it's all good though. It's all good. I just muted it. So, but no,
Yeah.
I do love your videos,
Yeah.
Ozzy. Keep up the good work. Susan says, "Hey, Sean, Kenny, Weeze's sister."
Hey, Susan Finnegan. You know something? Hold on, keep her right there.
Yeah.
Susan, I saw your name. It was yesterday, I believe, right? And I said, I think I'd come. Wow, Susan Finnegan, what a nice name. And I was saying that, Susan, because I said, wait a minute, I know this name from somewhere. You're right, Kenny. We call him also Kenny because I'll tell you a quick story. Kenny Harding and Kenny and Billy and myself went to see my father before he died. And my father said, "Hey, Kenny Bird, how you doing?" And I said, "Dad, this is Kenny Weisey's, right?" And he goes, "Oh, that's Kenny also." And the name stuck. So good to see you, Susan. Nice to see you.
So quick,
Just a little love, Dylan. Just a little love.
Little love.
We'll go a mile and a half. It will.
All we need is love.
Great song. Great song.
Da, da, da. Right, John Miller, thank you very much for the PayPal. John Miller, John sent me a PayPal there. Thank you very much. He says support the channel. Thank you, sir, for that. And whilst we're out there, let's do this because I know a couple have come in. Thank you to. Let me get this.
Happy days. Happy days.
Who's got? Is that you and me? That's got echo. Have you got my stream on?
No, I don't believe so. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I
haven't done anything. I haven't done anything different.
No, not that I.
Where's it coming from?
It's gone. It's fine. It's gone. It's gone.
Okay.
Here we go. So someone said this. This is from earlier. Someone said, "You guys rock. You and Sean are a great." Jesus, let me get another. It's like a movie with a tough cop and a gregarious partner. I love how you think of songs, and there we are. So that's amazing, isn't it?
That is. I mean, this is a natural. There's Vivian. Vivian is awesome.
I got to say hello, thanks to these before the stream comes up because the trial's about to start. So, Vivian, thank you. Have a great day, Dylan Shaw. Thank you for the 5 coffees.
Alexa Opoulos. I have to say that name better. Come on, Alexa Opoulos.
Alexa. Oh, I can't
we have
say friends. Vivian.
We have.
Sorry, I don't know that.
Jesus, I got
Siri.
Alexa. Alexa's talking to me.
Fucking out, mind Alexa's going now.
I just scared the shit out of me.
Al McLeod, bought 5 coffees. Thank you. I love watching you two together. I enjoy having coffee with you. Thank you from Worcester.
And
thank
McLeod.
you, Anne
Nice.
McLeod.
And McLeod.
Someone also bought. You guys are great, Mike G. Thank you, Mike, for the coffee. Thank you, Anne,
Mike
Vivian,
G.
someone.
Kenny
Thank you
G.
so much.
Mike G. Love it. Love
And
it.
there's one here as well.
How the hell did you get this schedule up, man? This is awesome, man. Who does this for you, buddy? Who does it?
I do it myself.
Man, you see, this is why you are who you are, buddy. You have all the tools.
I'm not sure about that, but Toots is saying, I was watching day 1 last night. Yes, I'm obsessed. Lally said we would see cruiser cameras showing Clarence taillight at the scene. Did I miss that?
He showed it. It didn't show much. It was at the One Meadows. Couldn't see anything. And but be very mindful. It's not the back of the car that means anything. We know she cracked the taillight on John's car, the Traverse. It's the side. It's what Proctor wrote in his affidavit. He wrote, right rear taillight, right side, shattered, large piece missing. Those words will go down as they're putting a noose on his neck. That's what's going to happen, people. I'm telling you.
There you go. And thank you, Toots, for that as well. I really appreciate you for that. DKC says question mark.
Wow.
Good morning to Michelle from Lynn, the city of
sin. Lynn, the city of sin. I thought Lynn was on the other side of the earth. Oh, Susanna.
Thank you, Susanna. We don't know yet who it will be. Hey, Ozzy.
Susan D.
1,000 Alexis activated.
Oh, I know. Isn't that amazing?
Hi, Care. Thank you. Miss Go, hi, my Alexa says hi. Mine does as well. So Miss Go's got a great t-shirt. She's got a free Canary t-shirt on.
Oh, look
she
at
made
that.
it herself. I've got to ask permission, Miss Gold, if I can share it. I've seen it. It's fantastic. Hey, Miss Wee Lassie, how we doing? Peter Grant, hello. Listening, watching you both with a poorly back. Oh, no. Rest up, Miss Wee Lassie. Get some whiskey. Get a drum. Get a drum. Get a drum down your girl. Drum of whiskey.
Hey, can I give a real shout out to Lana Del Turtle? I don't know.
She's amazing.
Let me tell you something. Not only is she amazing, I don't know if it's a guy or listen. This is the thing. I don't know, but I can tell you right now, he or she is an absolute music aficionado, right? And not only that, she or he knows about Rick Beato. I mean, these are all the people I follow. I say, man, and she picked out this song. I had a Peter Green song on the other night as my outro. She picked it right out. He or she picked it right out. Lana, you are amazing. Lana Del Turtle.
I've not spoken to her or him for a while, but she's amazing. I mean, Olivia gets the whole thing, you know, off everyone. But I tell you what, you got Alyssa, you got Lana, you got all these other women out there that are like not even just women. Joey, all these people, they are stars. What they do, we've all got a place or part to play, and they do a great part of it. Hello, Quizzical Girl. Hello. Child of God says, Sean, do you... Oh, bollocks, that's gone. Sean, do you think judge will grant a directed verdict or motion for dismissal before defense presents his case?
Okay, right now, if that was it, she would have to. If this case, if Lally doesn't bring on more proof, I mean, if he gets close to, you know, beyond a reasonable doubt, if he just gets close, but as of right now, if this ended today, she would have to give a directed verdict before the defense. I don't see how they have not proven their case at this moment beyond a reasonable doubt. They haven't even put Karen behind any car, and they haven't put her behind the wheel of a car at all. Driving down a Jens. Well,
the only
drive.
No, the only thing that they will say is that Kerry did say that she was drunk driving. That's the only thing they got on her.
It's Kevin. Kevin. It's Kerry's word, right? What's the physical evidence? I'm going to tell you right now. We were always trained in those 7 years as a cop. You got to make sure you have the evidence of them behind the wheel, okay? Because who's to say, even if they're standing outside the car, right? I know people who had multiple DUIs when I was a cop. They had bottles in the trunk. And when they are in the back seat, and when they got stopped, they had those bottles ready and they were drinking it. And they get on the stand and said, "Officer, did you see my client drink in front of you?" "Yes." "Did you give my client a mini test on the street?" "Yes." "Well, how do you know that wasn't from there?"
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're not going to be able to prove DUI. Right. No. Entirely needs, and yeah, that's true. Patriotic.
I was muted just in case. I thought we did another mistake here that we were behind. Good afternoon, David. How are we doing? David from Merthyr. Looking forward to today's dose of lollybustering on the defenses, unpicking the witness, evidence, credibility. Hey, Michael Dots. Talk about a genius. This guy,
hey,
Michael Dots.
Oh, man. Kevin. Richie. Amazing, buddy. You're amazing. Let me tell you, man, he's in tight, buddy.
He is.
He's in tight. He's got the, what's it called? The NDA. He can't disclose anything. Right, Richie? I bet you signed an NDA.
But he's amazing, the work he
does.
Oh,
my God. And then the other lady, guy, I don't know, who did the 3D animation of Karen backing up and basically says, this is bull. I mean, there are some serious people out there with talent. It's just absolutely amazing. AI, I don't know what it's called. Whatever it is, it works.
There you go. And the court is late today. I trust it to be late today.
The court's late and Karen was early. How about that?
There you go. And we got 1,133 people here, Sean.
Come on, hit that like.
Hit that like. We got 681 likes, so we got over 1,100 people here. Please hit that like button. Everyone loves Michael Dots as well. So unassuming. So also what I love about Michael Dots, I'll give him 2 seconds of fame here.
Yeah.
But what I love about him is he put that photo up, and obviously the trolls were like, "Oh, why did you hide your face, you pussy, blah blah blah." It's like, because he doesn't want to take any plaudits. He's like, it's not on me.
Right.
It's not on me. It's like, what man? Do you know what I mean?
Come on.
He's flanked by two beautiful women. And he's like,
beautiful women. Beautiful.
It's not on me.
Gorgeous women.
We would be like, hey, this is us. Like, we'd be celebrating.
I'd get him. I'd hug him a little closer.
Yeah,
Come on,
like,
get in here, girls.
Come on, ladies. Let's get together. Let's bear hug it, But he's a gentleman. He's a gentleman.
No, he is. Listen, I mean, he is truly a good guy. I don't know how the hell Turtle got him, man, but yeah.
No, it's good.
Yeah.
Sheila.
Smash it. Look at that. Sheila.
Sheila's another word in Australia. Sheila is something in Australia. Sunshine.
Sheila.
Barbie. It's a barbecue. Sunny day. Barbecue in Australia, mate. Sheila? I don't know. People say Sheila. I don't know what it means, though. They say Sheila. I don't know what it means, though. That's the only problem. Spacey Stacey's in the house. Hello, Space. Cat's in the house. Hello.
Yeah, that's true.
Katie Roy says, let's go. Greg's in the house. Greg's got a new profile picture.
How about that? Dylan, how about that? The puncture marks. I mean, is he out of his mind, Lally? Is he out of his frickin' mind?
I know.
He's going to make the mofo list pretty soon. I can tell you that.
I think he's there, isn't he?
Not yet. He should be.
Why they always lace Johnny in? This will go into July. Do you know it's going to go into July? Oh,
someone said that already.
Hey, once we can touch upon it, 4 days. Boston, Giannetti said, what's this
I'm
about?
Telling
4
you,
days?
I'm telling you now. That means to me they got the mother of all bombs. They got the Moab. They're gonna drop it all. They're gonna drop it all. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know.
Kate, Kevin, the wine girl, Karen, McCormick. Buckle up, babies. It's coming. You think you're sitting fat now? Forget about it.
Hey, let's give a shout out to Kath. Heidelberg, could you give a shout out to our mum, Christine, from Backup?
Christine, where is she?
Is that Backup?
Backup? Where the hell is that at?
I don't know. But Christine from Backup. Hello, Christine. Good morning to you. Or good afternoon, my darling.
How are you doing?
Lo, what great picture of a dog.
Nice dog. Nice dogs.
Nice doggy. She loves watching
you. Right, Star, you being a nice girl today? This dog is in hillbilly heaven. She just laying there, listening to me talk. She just
loves it.
Yeah.
Kim says, if I were Karen, I would want the defense to present a case, almost like depth, more chiefs for the feds. Sure hope Macabres look good in silver. Have a beautiful day. Kim,
what part of the world, what part of the state you in now, Kim? Tell us. On the road again. Yeah.
Hey, Leah. So Leah was the one who had the circle thing on Twitter.
Really, Leah.
So we don't know, Leah, what it is, but what a great find by you, because it does look like he was from the Jeep.
Yeah,
it does.
That is true. What a beautiful picture, huh?
So she's a nurse as well, Leah is. So
look at that.
She's been following this case very, very closely. So shout out to you. There you go. Girl has no name says all of Mondays testimony added credence to the defense. That's
the Glare is super chat guy. Sure. That's the super chat guy, is it or not? I don't know.
Thank you, DKC. Oh, so Sheila means woman, female in Australia.
Ah, Sheila.
So she's a Sheila. Luby, Sheila. Luby's a Sheila.
Yes.
There you go. She's a Sheila. Good day, mate. Good day, Luby. You're Sheila. I love it. I love this. Like, we're learning so much. Thank you, everyone. No, if you want Sean's channel, if you want Microdos's channel, if you want Tom CPU, or if you want Resisted the Silence, all their links are in my description box.
I got to watch that show. God, Paul, Dana, Tracy. I keep wanting to watch the show. There's not enough time in the day. I don't know what the hell's going on. How the hell did I work 80 hours a week before?
So make sure, if you want to get the channels, just go to my description box, and all 4 channels are in my description box. So you can just go straight away to subscribe to them. Well, hang on. Wendy. Hello, Wendy.
Cordiero.
Child of God, I'm so afraid of a hung jury. If so, will a common 3 try? It all depends on how many not guilties against guilties. If it's 2 guilties, 10 not guilties, then they will not going to retry it. If it's vice versa, they will.
This is my intention. I hope there's
Here we
a.
go.
All right.
Hey, Mister. Hello to everyone. Let's go.
Beautiful dog.
Right.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice Beverly Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court with and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, with your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated, close now in session.
Good morning, Dexter.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counselor, could I have you identify yourselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
So I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Monday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we were last here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no issue. Okay, thank you. May we have Ms. Vallier, please?
Just watch your step again.
Maintain your face apart. You raise your hand. You solemnly swear to ever give the court and jury the case never hear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Sure. Vallier.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Now, Ms. Vallier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16. Is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
Let's go, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Ms. Vallier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to just review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
No.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute. Exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
No objection.
Your Honor, for the record, those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
332 and 333.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Yeah.
Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen is that photograph, which is now marked as 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. I believe 2061. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as Exhibit 369?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Blair, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you or not?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic.
Yes.
And as far as those stipplings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor. 064. And again, Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen has now been marked as Exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Vallier, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those and look up to the finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what numbers.
Mhm.
373 through 383, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And next, Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence back containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence back from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the...
Can you speak up a little, sir, and a little slower? Thank you.
In particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's exhibit 376.
Okay.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 378?
I do.
Where do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 38?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as exhibit 380, describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item.
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
A piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece. Is that fair to say?
Within the same piece?
Yes.
Okay.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Vallier, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we put the lights on, Mr. Nally?
Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Vallier, if you could explain to the jury again sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers. What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, can you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that? How are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that? If there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking sort of crossing between 715 and 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Very long question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up. And do you recognize what's contained in those photographs, Ms. Vallier?
I do.
And what do you recognize them?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce in a minute the next 19 exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
This morning? Right. I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
That's fine.
So it's 384, 3402. Thank you.
May I speak with counsel for 1 second?
Sean, this should have been done. Like, what are we doing here, Sean?
You know, he said he showed him all the pictures prior.
Yeah.
Something's definitely up. Like I said, Unetti's not foolish. I mean, he's done this for many years. He knows the process. So something's definitely going on. And Lally's they're trying to throw a fastball in there. You're not going to.
Before you get to the photos, Mr. Vallier, if I could just ask, as far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
So, do you mean like there was like the tail light and then there were smaller pieces also in the?
Correct.
Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to our notes?
Yes. The witness is ready, Mr. Vallier.
And what were those measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes. I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8 1/4 inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
And it may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Vallier, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a like unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time. So a mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. See if they if the broken edges align, and if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well, is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C, is that correct as well?
May I look at my notes? Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those three items or three pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were two pieces, A and B, within that. Is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those two pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my. There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Martin, may we approach, please?
Yeah.
Here we go. May we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, something's definitely going on.
The dodgy.
Definitely going on. I mean, clearly, well, my little baby project is going to take a prominent role here, buddy. I'm telling you.
Yeah. It's going
We
to
talked
play a
about
huge
that
role.
last night with Mike Crawford, man.
Oh, Karen's getting
There you
some.
go. She's the co-captain right there.
CEO. I say she's a CEO, man. She's like,
Oh,
you know,
there's no doubt about Dave. I'm telling you right now, no doubt. Yeah.
So make sure everybody go into the description box, go subscribe to Going Through the Motions, Microdos, Tom CPU, and Resistance to Silence. Sean's very close to reaching 20,000. I am, I believe, 38 away from 8,000 subscribers, and we're about 181 away from 1,000 likes. So please like the stream as well. You help us out greatly if you do that.
You are unmuted.
Oh, here we go. I'll save it for another time.
Mixed Vallier, turning your attention to item 7-9. You analyzed three pieces from that. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You know what, Mixed Vallier, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces. 7-9.
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was one piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
They were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within them?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
And of those larger pieces, which of those larger pieces were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst like the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Ms. Vallier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other?
Amongst sorry, are you asking me like which specific items made up like piece 1?
Correct.
Okay, I can. Okay. Okay, so piece 1 contained pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
So pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece 1. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the board's permission.
Okay.
Okay, so piece 2 consisted of pieces from item 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to item 7-6 and 7-11, what if anything did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece 3 consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7-15 and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11. What, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7, 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
Okay. And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Vallier?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed in version of 386, Ms. Vallier, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you would put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
If you could just use the way to point out the attention where those pieces in the photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097. Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what has now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Vallier, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece 1 from another photos taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as Exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107. Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 395?
I do.
And what are we looking at in Exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. So that is piece 2.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could add 2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as Exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
That is piece 3.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers. Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece 4.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as Exhibit 401?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
That is piece 5.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Ms. Vallier, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece 1.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court, Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
Peter Murphy in the house. Welcome, Peter.
Look at him. That's true.
A living legend, Peter Murphy.
And Peter would know. He would definitely know that. He's talking about our friend, The junior mofo of the crew. Kenny Berkowitz.
People think we're sleeping. We're not sleeping, people, honestly.
I'm writing notes. Come on now. But I'll tell you, this is crazy. Okay, I know what they're doing. They're getting away. They want to show, oh, fantastic. We put everything back together. Big deal.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I may publish some of these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2156. Where do you recognize what's now up on the screen has been marked as Exhibit 403?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you. At what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
Thank you. If I may have a moment?
Yes.
Lally, sit down, Lally.
It's crazy. I mean, this is really, really crazy.
Down.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. I can't
Blair
believe it.
picked the wrong time to be up there.
Oh, the glare must be like, oh, my God. With the cigarettes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2150. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1, piece A, and then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that now. Understood. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Vallier, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the tail light housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as the physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. May we approach her?
Let's go, Sean. Let's go.
I know. It's amazing. Look at Karen.
Karen's like, thank fuck for that. Jesus.
I know.
Thank you, Franz, for the super chat as well, by the way. Thank you. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. Sure, I think we've both aged. We've aged.
My
Sean.
God. Thank God for my notes and my, I'm answering. Oh, I got to tell you, you know, the young lady that asked me for my email a little while ago?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's gold. It's gold. Gold. I can't say anything else.
No, that's fine. Don't say anything else.
It's gold. Helene,
Golden girl.
thank you so much.
Golden girl zoned out from all the questioning. Oh, hey, Sean, like, you must be in your 70s by now. I think I'm in my 50s.
Oh my God.
It feels like it.
It's painful. Imagine the poor jurors.
Oh,
they probably can't wait for like Gennady and Jackson to wake them up. I mean, that's how I would be. I would say, come on, let's get to the real show.
Let's go. Look at Karen looking quick. Come on. Whoa, what's happening? Hey, white paint. Oh, I genuinely feel like I've aged. Hey, here we go. Boo asked a question yesterday. Please, can you ask Sean during a break? My question: what's the talk within the Cantor Police re the Karen Reid case? Oh yeah, they were asking: is it do you know what the Cantor Police think about this case?
I don't know now. I don't know now, but I do know back when it happened. I mean, hours after it happened, everyone was tight-lipped, and there was an air of concern, very big concern.
I'm catching up to you, Di. I'm catching up to you. I'm 40 now. 42.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you can just keep your voice up, because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
I can. Okay.
And again, it's 718.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt 7-17 and gray long sleeve shirt 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different pieces of, there were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes.
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
Correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Yes.
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
Correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic, and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay. And so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19.
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's like that's an odd question.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is submitted to
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So.
Do you have a record of that?
A record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab?
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that. Get to where I was.
Take your time, Mr. Yannetti.
Okay, so I want to confirm with you that when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure, if you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay. So. Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my question. Thank you. How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection. I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver colored apparent plastic. Yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go ahead. Okay. Okay. Item 7-8.
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put
true.
it in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibit 435.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is that is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
That's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but.
Oh, okay. Well, let's put it. Let's put it the date of the incident. You had previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show Exhibit 279, please. Which is 3 days.
Okay.
Now, Exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of the item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery, 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference is.
You can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned.
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
However you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which Mr. Bates is item 5. Okay. All right. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure. I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by the Chico, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Can I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A? Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeChico 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeChico's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates. Okay, item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to DeChico's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeChico's evidence collection, correct, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right, I'd like to move on to item 7-16, which is number 9, Mr. Bates.
What exhibit number is this, Mr.
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 436.
Thank you.
Okay, so if I can display Exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
And again, you just identified that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 380, which is 9A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates. Okay. And you would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in Exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah. Finally, if we could show Exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In length, yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there.
Okay.
But I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last three evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces...
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
Yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last three evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
All right. Now, the taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Sure.
Right, because it's on the corner.
Sure, yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later, once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have Exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes.
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing? Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates, you would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay. But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that hole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mix Vallier, in reference to items 7-17 and 18, the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt, fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, was that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's anything that looks different, and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Mr. Vallier, you are all set. Thank you very much.
Any thoughts whilst we wait?
Well, you could see where she cracked a little bit. She wanted to say, listen, I was assigned to this case after.
We'll wait.
She's starting to clean herself off.
The people are saying yes, so we'll
And I
take
started
the
figuring something out. I kept asking her,
All right, to the court, please.
is this the best that they could do for John O'Keefe? I started figuring out. The experienced people didn't want anything to do with this case. They knew, they knew back then that they didn't want to have anything to do with it. So they give it to the rookies here, the sacrificial lambs. That's what I'm thinking here. And you saw her. She says, well, wait a minute. I was assigned to this after. she started pushing back. She's not pushing back. She started to clean herself off. That's a big tell right there.
Yeah.
And I also think that what Yannetti's trying to do is saying, wait a minute, these pieces are being found kind of out of order. Why are they finding smaller pieces than larger pieces?
That's true.
And clearly, you keep mentioning Proctor's name, and he doesn't show up to testify, they're going to have a nightmare in their hands.
Cito says, Sean, your taillight nugget is in evidence now.
It is, and that's the thing. That's it right there. So the red circle. I'm sure you have it there, Dill. Right? That red circle, that underneath that red circle is in evidence. And guess what? If it was on the car at 5:08 in the morning, it couldn't be up at the lawn at 12:32, 4.5 hours prior, like they're saying.
Yeah.
Right? They're done. They and the defense will bring that out. That's why they only need 4 days. They're gonna crucify them. I can't wait to. I want to watch. I'm gonna have a little TV over here watching Kevin and Jennifer Coffenwager and all those idiots over there when the 4 days happen. I'll be with you and be watching their faces. I can't wait. We should do a double stream.
I know. We've got they're on sidebar at the minute, so they might come back.
Yeah.
But some people asking why a break now. Well, the jury asked for a break. She asked.
Yeah, there's always a morning break. They give them a morning break. So yeah, this is 10:40. That makes sense.
Yeah. Do you want a break now or not? It's fair. It's very fair to have
Sure.
it now.
Very good day for the defense today. Oh my God, great day.
Can I just say as well, Sean? Shout out to Peter Murphy, who was in chat as well. You and him getting a lot of credit right now. So deservedly so, both of you. I think you both deserve it because hang on, let me just put it on. It's credit where credit is deserved, Sean. I'm blessed. We're lucky to have you. Chat, I know the chat know we're lucky to have you, and we're so lucky to have Peter in the chat as well. So shout out to Peter Murphy.
Yeah, Peter's in the chat. He's going balls to the wall, commenting. He's become an internet sleuth.
I'm just waiting to see what happens here, guys. Then once it goes to proper break, I'll put the taillight up so you guys can see the back of the car. So
listen, my sources were saying, Sean, you got to believe us. They did this. Now, I'm not going to tell you where the sources come from, but I'm going to tell you right now. You can almost imagine to have that much information. Shake my tail feather. I love it. I used to love that song. Yes.
Thank you, Rebecca.
That's it goes. No. Obviously these people are very close, and I kept saying, you people give me that information and it's wrong. I'm going to look like the biggest fool that ever walked the face of the earth. And like I said, putting that stuff together the way they did is buffoonery at its best. It is buffoonery.
Hang on, let's see if there's anything being said here, just in case.
They're still talking. They're still.
I've unmuted it. Dennis, by the way, shout out to Dennis. Dennis, by the way, if you've not seen it, Dennis, go back to the beginning. Thank you for the photos this morning from you and Brenda, your lovely wife.
Great.
I did download them all. I put them all into like a montage for the intro. So if you send them tomorrow, I'll try and do the same thing again. It takes me a few minutes to do it, but I'll try and do it. So shout out, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis, ask your neighbor how come the O'Keefe's hasn't invited him to sit in the gallery. Ask your neighbor that.
Stifler's mom, I subscribe to Ichna. Now, I
you
won't
are
say
unmuted.
much. I'm not going to say too much.
Who's that? Who's that guy?
So, let me see what Bev says here.
Okay. It's me.
Nothing.
No, she must be leaving, I think.
You are muted.
Hang on, let me get the timestamp. 2:46:34, Sean. 2:46:34. 2:46. So this is what I was meaning about people coming into the trial and
hey there, Karen Reed.
Shut up. Let me mute him, and then I'll play him. There's a lot of people, streamers, coming in, not knowing the case, and just they're spreading so much misinformation, and he is one of them.
I'm going to be honest with you. This guy from whatever that Surviving the Survivor.
Yeah.
I would never touch him. Back in August, he was going to have myself and Aiden back on. He was a latecomer. I don't even want to talk to him. I would never talk to him.
Is that Joel? Is it?
He wasn't even on the fence. He didn't know what to do. He really didn't. So as far as I'm concerned, he came late to the party.
Yeah. So I think, from what I understand, and I don't know Mel at all, but I know that he's done some stuff on Twitter, Sherry. I don't know him, so I got nothing to say but about him as a creator. But there's some stuff that a lot of people are upset with him about some of the stuff he said about Karen and some of the case and stuff. And so I'm not going to comment. I just know there's some people upset about it. But each creator, this is a beauty show again. You can watch any creator you want. You can
absolutely
bugger off. We don't all like the same thing, so. My opinion's different to yours, whatever, Yeah,
but these newbies coming on, they don't have the right information. They don't. I've listened to a few of them. I said, this is painful. I don't know why they would even jump in. They're so far behind. So, anyways.
There we are. It is what it is. It is what it is. But it's interesting. I mean, come on. We fell asleep this morning, Sean. Everyone thought you and me were sleeping.
No, I was actually, to tell you the truth, I've had so many great emails since giving my email out. I mean, crazy. Now I have to respond, but I got a beautiful email from a couple that traveled from Boston, and they went back to live in Galway. I just responded to them. Nora, my God, if you're awake up there, thank you so much. And my father was born and raised with his 13 siblings. Think about that. Right there in Clockbrack, with the village of Clonbur, right from Galway. So they live in Galway, which is great. Yes, you're right. Galway's the place to be. So.
Yeah, I love Galway. Galway's cool. I lived in Dublin for 2 years, but I visited Galway.
Did you really?
I did. Yeah. When I went over there when I was 17. So I went out there 17 till I was 19. I became a man, Sean. I became a man out there. Let me just tell you. Absolutely. It gave me a great education. Best education I've ever had. Just to be around people. I was a bit of a rebel when I was younger. I needed some discipline.
Better place to be in Ireland to get your rebelism out.
It was great. It got me back into education. It got me, got me straight. So look at this super chat. Grant's pants.
What a name! Before too long, he's going to be saying Karen Reed is innocent. I'm going to tell you, he's going to switch over and say Karen Reed is innocent.
Fuck, that is hilarious. I put her up because I saw a super chat.
That is great. And they got the pants. Jesus.
Any friend of Sean on LTL Media is a friend of mine. Thank you, Grant's Pants. Nice. Welcome, my friend. Thank you for being here. Oh, that is hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Right, hang on. Here we go. Here we go. Dude. No, not that one. Where am I gone? Right. Let me get this tail light. Shake this tail light. This tail feather. Where is he?
Whoa,
here he is.
Oh.
Hey, Sean, do you know what? Hang on, let me show you. I'll tell you what. Let's get it on.
Oh. I can't reach the system. Hey, I didn't know that Mike has the same system. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I saw that last night. I haven't got that system. I can't afford that system. Jesus Christ, you guys.
I don't want to tell my wife.
No, I don't blame you. Bloody hell. Right, so this is what they put in, isn't it?
Right. So, people, right there, Dylan, when you're see that black, that's the hole. That is where she backed into John's car, right? John's Traverse. That's the part that was broken. That's why I keep saying you can show as many videos or pictures of the back of that car as much as you want. It doesn't matter. It's the side. It's the passenger side that matters. Okay?
Yeah.
Do you got my picture with the red circle? And you mark it. See, right there. There you go, buddy.
Right.
That's what she cracked. She cracked it. Right? That's what she cracked the
let me say this.
Look at this, man. Look at you.
As a cop.
I gotta learn this. See, the problem is, buddy, it's so much time to learn this stuff. I just,
I know. I only just learned that just now, this second. That's not a great job at all.
That's where when she backed into John's car, that's where she cracked that taillight. And I'll tell you, it's as clear as daylight on the many pictures that we have, that I have in my file, that actually shows the actual cracks. And you see that the light is off, you know? But that tool mark, if you see that tool mark on the right side there, that tells it all right there. That tells it all. That tool mark impression, I wonder did they do any analysis of that, right? And someone else made a great, hold on, I'm going to make this, oh God, I'm going to find this email. See, there's the tool mark impression, okay? There it is, right? Why didn't they analyze that, right? They can find out if that's from the way they have it today for tool mark impressions. They can find out if that was a screwdriver, or people want to say, oh no, that's the plastic. That's the red plastic that scraped that. No, that's bullshit. There's no way. That's a tool mark. That is either a screwdriver or a knife or something that they used to take all the rest of those pieces out. It's obvious. Here's the other thing, Dylan. Where are the LEDs? Bottom right. That little strip at the very bottom. That's where the LEDs are housed. No LEDs. How the hell did that light shine up with the red all over it?
Mm-hmm.
You must have that picture with the red circle.
Yeah, hang on. Let me do a bit over.
You got it. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, it's fine. I just
I'll tell you, that's the nugget, my friend, the last guy. That's the nugget. The nugget is right there. That's the one that's going to put people in jail. And that girl probably knows it now. She knows what's going on now.
Let me just go into your channel because it's easy.
Hey, what's a mix? Aiden was talking about a mix last night.
I think it's
Get me
male
schooled
and
up
female.
on some woke stuff. What's a mix?
Male and female.
Got some more pronouns and mixes.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I know. I don't know. It's basically it used to be male, now female. Something like that. I don't know.
You both?
Maybe. I have no idea. I don't understand all that stuff. I don't pretend to either. So
it's
which picture do you want? What picture do you want?
I want the one that has her leaving. It's a still shot, and it has the side
with circle
right side, with the red circle around it.
Right.
And I said back and think about this, people. In August, I said, if any part of what's underneath that circle that I circled is in evidence, cops are going to jail. And now we know it's in evidence. Now we know. We know.
Right, here we go. Okay, they're saying they, them. Right.
See right there, people? All right. See right there, the LEDs are basically illuminated. Bottom right, and that's right there. Right? There's the little fin. There's the fin, the sail. Look at the sail. It's right there. They're talking about the sail. It's right there. I'm telling you, cops are going to jail because of that photo right there. Right? Cops are going to jail.
There you go. Right, let me just get back to the
What powered those LEDs? I don't see any wires on that picture. The picture from the car. No, there's no wires. There's no LEDs. What caused that light at 5:08 to be functioning, to be red? That picture on the car, there's no red plastic except for the very top right. Right? They're going to jail. Then that girl, I think it dawned on her mid-testimony. And then she stopped and says, well, wait a minute. I got brought into this late. Right? Well, guess what, sweetie? If I can call you sweetie, I don't know what the hell, mix, I don't know what the hell you call him. Woke. Yeah, you figured it out that you got hoodwinked here. Ma'am, I don't know, they call him miss. What are the pronouns? Her, them? I don't know. Them, they.
I don't know.
I don't know. Is it pronoun it? I don't know. What the fuck? I don't. Listen, don't kill me. I'm an oldie. I don't know what woke this shit is.
This is why I don't say
whatever
anything.
She is. All right. She looks like a beautiful young lady. Stylish haircut, the whole nine. I'll give her that. She's an attractive young lady. All right. I'll give her that. But she figured out. She's saying, holy shit, wait a minute. I know where this guy's going. And she figured it out. And then she said, whoa, wait a minute. I got brought into this case late. That's what happened. That's what happens when people figure things out. Trust me on that. She might go to Yannetti this afternoon.
Hang on, I'm trying to do some stuff here as we're doing that. Right. I will get to some questions now in a second. No, I can't do it. Right, I'll have to do that later. I'll have to figure something out to get some pictures up for you guys. Right, hang on. Kevin Ferris, thank you for the super chat. How the hell did they find the smaller pieces, then find the big piece? Bad luck for all police. They should fire them all. Free Karen Reid.
Kevin, you see, that's the thing. That's what he was getting at, right? And then, he can't ask that question because that's not leading. It's supposition. I mean, it calls for a conclusion that she can't make. But that's exactly the road he was going down. He couldn't say, doesn't that seem weird to you? He can't answer. He can't ask that question. Hit it. Smash that like button.
There you go. And we got Jennifer Manning joining us next week at the lunchtime. I think she's coming back on one of the lunch breaks.
Beautiful.
Just because when you're on break, she'll come on. I think we're going to have a video on today. I think Mighty Meat might be joining today. I don't know.
Oh, really? I never met Mighty Meat.
If he's not on today, you have met him. He's ex law enforcement.
Yeah, but I don't think he was on.
Probably.
Yeah, I
think tail end, maybe tail end.
Oh,
you were coming in. He was going.
So I had to bring my car in yesterday. Oh my God, So they gave me a loaner, which is beautiful, but I'll tell you, not a good day. I might have to get all kinds of Cash Apps and Venmos and PayPals, and this is crazy. But anyways, we'll get through it.
Hey, go to your channel, see how many. I've got 8 more subs I need to get to 8,000. 8 more.
Really?
How many do you need?
Hold on.
How many do you need?
What is
Let's get Sean to 20,000 today. Let's get him to 20,000. Let's get me to 8, him to 20. Also, I need 76 more likes to get to 1,000 likes. So please like the video, people. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
I'm still at 19.9. Still at 19.9. That's fine.
But you can't go in the studio, can you? You don't know exactly how many you left with.
Oh, but that's fine. It's fine. It's going to happen. They gave me an email the last time I hit 10,000. So
they'll get another email.
8 subs. Come on, 8 subs.
8 subs I need. So he did say this. Only 4 months to go. Sean, will you attend any trail days?
Like I said, I mean, I could sense just looking at the glare. He kind of felt uncomfortable, right? I mean, he was kind of, he's kind of a nervous guy to begin with, and I think he felt it, and he's probably saying, "No, this shouldn't be about me," and that's what happens. Imagine you and I showed up there.
Yeah,
we'd be flocked. We'd never get in. We wouldn't get in, Dylan.
No, we'd never get in. No, you'd get in. I wouldn't get in.
No.
It's it's an experience. He can chalk this off and go, "I've done it now."
Yeah. I mean, I would love to go up there, but I don't need this. I don't need the BS. I really don't. What I want to do is go up there when we're all happy. We're all
party time,
and I love to just shake everyone's hand. There's people talking about renting out like a hall, like
yeah, it'd have to be done.
It was like one of the big theaters down in Boston where they have the concerts.
Yeah.
One of my friends said that, and that would be awesome. Have the content creators be on stage, taking Q&As, and then have a big party, shake everyone's hand. I mean, really, think about it. Be awesome.
Dylan, don't you worry. Don't worry. Be happy. Thank you, Joni. I'm not sure what I'm worried about.
Don't worry about a thing.
Bow. Hey, don't worry. Be happy. Thank you, filthy rat bastard. $5. See, Sean, when referring to woke issues, you need to remember that old Mackham and Clancy
making the Clancy's. Oh,
whatever
man.
You say nothing.
I've got all, some filthy, I get all those records that my parents listened to, all the scratches and everything. The Clancy brothers. Oh, my God. Tommy Makem. Jesus. Talk about blast in the past.
Can't read verdict coming to you in 2025.
Jesus.
I don't know. Smash the like button. Yes, please. Right, I don't know. The chat has gone bonkers, but fine. As long as they're behaving, that's the main thing. So we've got 971 likes. We're still short, but we're getting there. Thank you, people.
That's great, man. That's great.
It is great. It is great. We reached 1,200 the last time. Oh, we just surpassed 8,000.
Look at that. Beautiful. You did it, buddy.
People.
Hold on.
Until some people start unsubscribing.
I'll have to reach in for this one. Hold on now. Hold the phone. Here we go. Is this it? Is that it? Is that it?
There we go. We're on the road to 10,000. We're on the road to 10,000. So thank you, everybody. Becca, thank you, everybody that subscribed. It doesn't cost anything.
That is awesome.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Well, let's get you to 20,000.
Yeah.
And then we'd be happy. We could, like I said, hold it in the suburbs on the South Shore. Driving in town is a nightmare now.
I'm sure it is.
And hey, Lisa, this is what it's all about. RIP Officer John O'Keefe.
That is exactly what it's all about. They didn't give it to him at all.
Hey, Christine's got a good idea here. Christine says, charge $30 per person and pay off Karen's bills. Can you imagine?
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, people
awesome.
would pay it. People would pay to meet you and Aiden.
No, I wouldn't.
No, of course they would.
Stop it.
They'd probably bring a tail light for you to sign.
Someone said they're going to mail me a tail light. Someone said they want to mail me a tail light because they've heard it so much from me. Hey, listen, that's what I did. I'm telling you, that's what I did.
I know.
Like an idiot. My wife's saying, Sean, what? I'm up at 3:00 in the morning doing little things with diagrams and even I can't say his name. I'm going to blow this one day, but obviously I have a good partner that worked on it. He's up in Boston, but.
There you go. And Elizabeth said, when does the defense get to call in witnesses? After the Commonwealth rests. So in a few weeks.
Right. I mean, if it doesn't go to a directed verdict, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Shelley, hell yeah. Of course they do, Shelley. I mean, that it's right there. You can't miss it.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody. There you go. Hey, Hamburger, how are we doing, Dave? Wendy, Carl's in the house. Thank you, Wendy.
Hey, Wendy, look at Wendy.
Look at this. Thank you, everybody.
Oh, man, that's awesome. Look at that.
Thank you. There, we love you all. Thank you, everybody.
Maybe I'll have an announcement. Maybe I'll have an announcement tonight.
Maybe. Hopefully, we get to 20,000 before.
So. That'd be nice.
Thank you, everybody, for the congratulations. Thank you so much for that. Right, okay. I don't know. There's just so many people here. Thank you, everybody. Song of Ricardo Sherry says, thank you very much. That's congratulations in Welsh.
Look at that. I don't know how. I mean, wow. I mean, I have to tell you, Spanish was, for me, very easy, right? Because there's cognitos. There's words that in English that are like in Spanish and vice versa. But your language, buddy, holy camole, man.
Murph, thank you for the super sticker, Murph. Murph's brilliant. Thank you, Murph.
Turf. And a wrench and a member. Look at that. Beautiful.
Hey, I told you, my mods, you got Erin here, you got Sarah, you got Jonathan. You got Josie, Murph. You don't fuck about with these, do you know what I mean? So,
no, that's great. What happened to Rogie? Rogue, is he still in?
Gone. Rogie's gone.
He's over there with Kevin.
There you go. Once you hit a certain number of subscribers, you grow every day. Well, hopefully.
That's great.
Yeah, this is the largest stream I've ever had, as in all in one.
Seriously?
The other day we had like 1150.
1,200, I thought you had 1,200.
Yeah, we got more than 1,200 continuous. I've never had over 1,200 until today.
Oh,
so
man,
thank you,
awesome.
everybody.
That's awesome.
That's why I want to beat the likes as well. We got 1,200 for the last stream. Likes. I would love to get over. We got over 1,000 likes. We got over 1,000.
Oh, that's incredible, right? You just before you go to the chat, hit the like button, then go to the chat, right? That's how it works.
Yeah.
Or exit the chat. You won't lose your place, and then hit the like. Miss Gold.
I love Miss Gold. Miss Gold, you two are absolutely the best. Congratulations. Thank you, Miss Gold. Thank you, darling. Appreciate you. Joni, you posted something, Joni, and I missed it. Where the hell did Joni post go?
Joni Prenzi?
Yeah, she posted something, and I missed it, and I don't know where it is now. She's like she's promoting me. She said,
you just wait.
Dave says, look at that. Dave remembers when I hit 1,000 subs. Yeah, I know, Dave. Dave's been with me for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Look at that.
A lot of these have been, fair play. A lot of people have been from the start. So I appreciate everybody. I appreciate everybody.
It's amazing. when I get the time to watch the other content creators, I love seeing the same names.
We're back. Thank you, Joey, and thank you to you, Auntie Bevs, for
You are unmuted.
the super chat.
Oh,
Can
wow.
I tell if a plastic was broken out in or pulled out, Sean, quickly before we get back?
I'll hold that thought. Fire and ice. Hold that thought.
Okay. Oh, they're not back yet, so you got a bit of time if you want to. The jury aren't there yet. Oh, they are, so let's go back to it.
Yeah, hold that thought.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Okay.
Step right up there. Just watch your step for me.
You solemnly swear the evidence in the court and jury before the hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Take the stairs.
Try the lower setting.
I really need you to keep your voice up.
Okay.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. It's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work now?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from there?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
And from your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace arson and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
A forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to starting in general terms with the trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done within that unit.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the trace arson and explosives unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries for what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
And was your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Sure. When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Are you familiar with the proficiency test?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually. Due to the multiple subdisciplines in trace, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes. And then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of sub-disciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass. What, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Your refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating, and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared spectrometer, sorry.
And what is that device and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges. And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes, you can use your notes.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Sorry, approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass, with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also I also used the GRIM instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, did you note during your initial examination of them and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopic?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the GRIM instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like, for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So, right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3 so 2 of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used the term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. So the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3 or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other, excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange t-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and had those scrapings transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, I used a stereo zoom microscope, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
Now, the Graham and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material and I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes.
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just for those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you come from your examination of comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight, item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. May I have one moment, Charlie?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Right. Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you vote the sidebar vote?
Here we go. Oh shit, hang on. Sorry. Go. You're muted. Oh, hang on. Oh, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. You muted yourself.
It's crazy. All right, here we go.
There you go.
I didn't know if I had that power, my friend.
You got it. Yeah, baby, you got it. Hey,
this was not as painful. I think they got the
still.
message.
Hey, but look at this message from Fall River Reporter.
Yeah.
Both John O'Keefe's family as well as Karen's family offering a tin of Altoids to each other in the seats, which is nice to see.
Yeah, but is that it's misleading? Are they just doing it to each other or crisscrossing? Are they offering across the aisle?
To each other, as in across the aisle.
Wow, that'd be amazing.
Well, that's why I read it as. Anyway.
That's why there's two sides to every story.
Yeah, I don't know. I could be wrong then. That's how I interpret
No,
it.
I looked at that. I thought that would be amazing. But if Karen Reed's team does it, that means it would cross over to both families, I guess. I don't know.
I thought I read it as across the aisle, but I could be
Let's
wrong.
take a poll. Let's take a poll. No, I'm just kidding you. All right, here comes the man of the hour.
I guess I'll take
Your main approach of magistrates is just to get VP for identification.
Which one?
Victor.
Thank you to everyone for the gifted memberships. Josie, Erin, thank you for the super chat, Kim. Thank you for becoming a member, Donna. Thank you, everybody.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Beth. Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good morning.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as VV, as in Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes, it appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is still assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized?
Yes.
Okay. And it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the event memorialized?
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay, and my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy, as best you can maintain it, to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Then I would move for the admission of VB as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you at the side.
Okay, Sean, sidebar straight away.
Well, as I was checking I'm 6 people away from 20,000.
Six. Let's go. Let's get into 20,000 people. Come on. 6
subs away from the elusive 20K. Wow.
We'll get you there. Leah, hello, my darling. Let's get Sean to 20,000 subscribers.
So clearly they're going to attack the chain of custody, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I hammered that in with the Wanless thing where he was never on the chain. Like I said, what he did was perfectly legal. What was not legal was the fact that he wasn't part of the chain of custody. All right. They don't really care about the taillight anymore because they're going to crucify them on the finding, collecting, and preservation of that taillight. And that video, when it comes in, it will come in because we haven't seen it yet. And Raul, we haven't seen it yet, but that video will come in.
Are unmuted.
It will.
Here we go.
And I'm sorry, sir, my request at sidebar is reserved.
Yes.
Thank you. May I inquire?
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of,
I compared 3-2 to 7-12 and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay, I want to try if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Bukkake at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items just had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay, so if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 7-12, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
so the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay, and then of course the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor, just.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Come on.
Because he said Proctor. He doesn't want the word Proctor in.
Of course not.
But anyway, before we go into that, don't worry about that. Anyway, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you to all you people out there, man. You guys are the best. Thank you.
And just
put
for
me
that,
over the hump.
There you go. Here you go.
Thank you, Dylan. And thank you to all the people in chat and wherever you all came from, the 20,000 people, think about that. That's more than the Boston Garden.
It is, yeah. You see, everyone's congratulations. Gigi, hello, my darling.
Thank you.
Everyone loves you. We love you, Sean. 20K party, 20K. You're the best, Sean. Oh, look at all this. Come on, should I be able to know your collectibles? Yes. Here we go. Boom. Yeah. Everyone loves you, man. So
you are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. So the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by
properties, meaning mechanical properties.
Yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at my notes?
Sure. I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
Okay, so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit. Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
I did examine I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3,
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyze that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GREM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also use the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis?
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 7-14, correct?
They were found to be consistent. They were found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 7-14, that single piece of glass to the cup. You found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the 4th column, 7-14, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 7-12, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 7-14 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be You analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay. Want to show Mr. Lally what you have?
Sure. I'm looking for the one that was already labeled. I don't have it. May I approach the clerk magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
No, I do.
May I borrow that from the court? Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect in sort of a visual manner what you just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand. My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? What the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match.
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, a single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you. We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
So I'm sorry, can you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
So that's correct. So
okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you, Scott. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. A piece that was found singularly at under 714, correct? The only one.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Vallier?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerns, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my report.
Go ahead and you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set.
Any quick thoughts?
Yeah, I think about Jackson, right? Usually defense teams get attorneys that are experts in Like, for instance, Barry Scheck.
Yeah, that's good.
He was an
Thank you.
expert attorney for DNA in the OJ. Jackson's doing everything. These guys are doing everything
Your
on their
next
own.
witness,
Right?
Mr.
So real
Lally?
quick,
Your Honor, may we approach?
there were several pieces of glass found on that bumper. Only one matched. So we had residue on that bumper that came from, the conclusion is when they smashed the light. And they just threw a little piece of glass from the, I guess he was saying cup. Was Jackson saying cup or cut?
Cup, I think.
So he was referring to the drinking glass, right?
Yes.
And that's exactly what he was trying to do. All this stuff had just one little piece that was consistent with the glass that was found on the lawn, which is fine. Okay, that's fine, right?
Yeah.
But the other pieces didn't, which means that the residue, I'm going to tell you right now, they smashed that light, and that's residue on the bumper because they smashed it on the 29th. And 3 days later, those people come in to do their little processing. That's what happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
You with me?
I sort of.
Okay.
I think one. Yeah. A sort of, but not. If that makes sense.
Okay. So clear. It was clear. All right, we'll get back.
We'll do it once we got more time. I think. Yeah.
I think he did a phenomenal job, though.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Yuri Bukkake to the stand.
Okay. And I do
You are
have that
unmuted.
envelope, Mr. Lally. I have it.
Step for me. May stand and please clerk.
You solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Bukkake, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call, any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
In that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Vallier. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sergeant Mechanic, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them they were going to be, we schedule an interview. We proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and the brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one a bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Okay. You were going mad there. You were going mad there a few times.
Yeah, first of all, I think it's bullshit about the snow conditions. He's really laying it on. Okay, no problem for Kerry driving Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe to the hospital. No problem for Mr. and Mrs. Reed or Mr. Reed and Nathan to get to the hospital back and forth. No problem with Julie Albert getting donuts and coffee and going back and forth. God knows who the hell they're transporting. And this guy, big ass trooper, right, says, oh my God, it was 15 inches of snow. Yuri, come on. But here's the thing. They get to the police station. Where the hell? 9 o'clock to get there. And then they get to McCabe's at 11:30. What the Christ were they doing for 2.5 hours? What were they doing for 2.5 hours?
I know.
Right? And I'll tell you right now, all three, both McCabe's and Albert were present. I'm telling you, the reports say it all. This guy's full of shit. I mean, listen, he's like a Dr. Gadget or Inspector Robo, whatever the fuck. These guys are like, they have no sense of autonomy. They have to be like controlled by their superiors,
I know. I know he's a sergeant, but I will not call him a sergeant. I don't think he deserves to be. That's why I put trooper down. He doesn't deserve to be called a trooper. Sorry,
right.
Go on, Sean.
Did you hear what he said, though? He said that morning, Proctor was the duty detective up to 7 a.m. So that means prior to John being pronounced dead, there was a new detective that should have caught that case.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to that. I believe they probably do 12-hour shifts, right? 7 to 7, 7 to 7, right?
So, yeah.
And I believe he said Proctor was on until 7 a.m.
And so I'm sorry, Sergeant Buchanan. When you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were
they? They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange colored design print t-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items?
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is...
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, it's utilized. We utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. And that procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what if any recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open with a container, being a bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities, in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Does he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does as a unit commander to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation. When they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Vallier.
Over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide, but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective?
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involved some sort of head trauma.
And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any? Well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Vallier.
Based on your training experience, what, if any, conclusions or what, if any, opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
He's not a medical doctor. He cannot testify as to those medical conditions. He's trying to be cute.
Lally knows this, so Lally's just getting everything in there.
Right. And he's trying to be cute, both Lally and him, more so him. He's trying to get extra little things in there. She knows it. The whole room knows it.
Yeah, everyone knows.
Stick to the facts, Yuri. Stop being Dr. Zoid.
Yeah, and the only way that Lally can do this is by doing what he's doing, because you know.
Right. Yeah, she did.
Yes.
So, Sergeant Bukkake, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Yes.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the...
Let me rephrase this.
Yeah.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan of Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
Okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes.
May I approach?
Yes. How many items are we talking about?
4.
Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past 1, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Sergeant, presenting you with this item, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but I'm
So,
up.
okay. All right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
No objection.
So, Lally, why don't you come take the bag? Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
437.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I need you another item, sir. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the jury as well.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Was it 438?
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from
Yes.
the bag. Display it for the jury. Make me approach, please, sir.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know what could they be. I mean, what could they be contesting now? I mean, it is, and the thing about the gloves, he doesn't have to change them because all the evidence has been analyzed and any evidentiary value has been collected. So he's just keeping his gloves on for his own protection, I guess.
I know, but I think best practice would be. I think most courts make you change them every time. Best practice.
Probably, yeah, probably. But
Shouldn't
she's in
just
such a rush, and she just wants to get it on.
Half-hour lunch break, Sean. Mother.
I love it. I love it.
So, just so people know, Sean's going to go rush off for lunch because he needs to have a break. I'll try and find something to play because I don't think Mighty Meat's coming on. So I'll try and find something because I need a break as well. I got a headache. Oh my god, I feel hot.
Oh man!
But it's all good though. Mofo. Right, couple of questions here. Ask Sean if it's unusual or unacceptable to have two different people write on the evidence bag label in different pen. Thank you.
Well, I mean, you got to show the. I mean, I don't think it's unusual. It depends on who. All right, so the submitting officer who seals the bag, right? They get their initials on. When the bag is opened again, the next person cuts the seal, and then they reseal it and they put their initials. Right? That's how you establish the chain of custody. Right?
Yeah.
So no, it's not. It's it's customary. There's no fast and hardened rule.
Let's go that song. That's it, now you do it, baby. Yeah. All right, another question. Here we go. Forensic weather expert Danielle Noyes, NBC 10, Boston. YouTube, only 3 to 4, maybe inches. Powder between 12 and 7 a.m. Powder light, blowing snow with high winds. Heavy only after 8 a.m. with moisture added. Red taillight, 100% visible, 6 a.m.
Yeah,
there you go.
Exactly. This guy is he's over dramatic on the snow development, right?
Yep. This is how they do it, baby. That's a good song, that is. Old school. Right. Man. She's going to go into lunch, she said. So I think they're going to open all the evidence bags and then go to lunch.
So two more. You've got the sneaker and maybe the hat. No, maybe the pants, right? The pants.
Oh, yeah, pants. Sarah P says, join Sean tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern for a recap
Sarah's
of trial
good,
date.
man. She's right on it. She found out. Look at right there. She found
There you go. She's a nosy bitch, so she's all over. Well, to be fair, they all are nosy bitches.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love it.
It's the way I love it. I love it. You've got mods that are on it. Do you know what I mean? You've got to have mods that are on it.
We have great mods. We both have great mods.
We do. Both of us do.
You are unmuted.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. I'll introduce in a minute.
Yes, I'm going to. Thank you.
May I approach one at a time? My apologies.
Don't worry, Mike. It's all good.
Should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Then you with from that set, you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the bag, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
Jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break. Thank you. All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
All right.
There you go.
Why not show the underwear?
Yeah, weird.
I mean, that's crazy.
That's weird. That is weird.
You are muted.
Not happy about something. I don't know. Well, maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
We just don't know. Do we? Lunch break. Hang on, just put in a note to you. Right. So, any quick things that you want to get out before you have to go for lunch, Sean?
No, I just think this is standard. They're getting into the meat now. I mean,
yeah.
But like I said, still nothing to show that that woman right there, getting killed on 20 days with nothing.
I agree. Oh, they're all gone there. So I know what we're trying. So back in. Oh,
Hey there, Karen Reed,
bugger
trial
off.
watcher.
Shut up. Jesus, this guy does my head in. Right, Sean. See you back here in about half past or something like that.
Yeah, I'll be back earlier. Yeah, you got it,
because we'll get 5 minutes before we start. We'll go
sure.
through some
I'll
of
be
the glass
back.
stuff.
I'll be back before you know it, buddy.
Right. Thanks, mate. See you in a bit. Right, guys. For all of you that I need to go get lunch. My head is spinning. I'm going to play you a video. It's where's it? Where's it gone? Oh, here we go. It's a Tony Pedro. It's 51 minutes long, which we won't catch it all, but you can catch some of it. So I'll put it up here for you guys so you can watch it. It's with Gavin Collier. So bear with me. You can watch that over the lunch break if you want to. If you don't want to, that's fine. If you want to chat, that's fine. Right. Also, as a reminder, Turtle Boy's on the channel on Friday as well, Friday morning. Oh my God, I thought I was muted there for a second. Bloody hell. Right, present. So we'll be back in about 25 minutes. If we can find the bloody stream now. Oh, Jesus. Where's it gone? Oh, this is great. Where the hell is that? Oh, here we go. We got it. Here we go. Right. I'll move myself and Sean. So, right, see you in a little bit, guys. I'll put a little note to say back after lunch.
I mean, I'm in California. What is going on? I'm just scratching the surface. I've heard from people from different sides of this situation, but I've talked to former police officers, people who have trained police officers, but from an attorney's perspective, what are we looking at? What is happening here?
Well, I do have a unique perspective. I was a prosecutor in Manhattan for 6 years and have been exclusively practicing criminal law in New York for almost 20 years now. So this is what I do. So I have an interesting ability to just see what's happening and a familiarity with these kind of procedures. What I see here is, for the prosecutor anyway, a complete disaster. What I see is a case that probably should not have been indicted, and certainly, given the issues that are present now, probably shouldn't be on trial. What I think should have happened is a real investigation should have been conducted 2 years ago. I think it makes perfect sense that Karen Reed would have been a primary suspect for sure, given what they were dealing with back then, and they should have looked into this. But what you have here, in my estimation, is a classic case of police and prosecutor tunnel vision, where they just focused in on her. And when you get to the disturbing elements, the people that are involved in this are, for lack of a better term, running the town of Canton, Mass. It's another unfortunate term. It's incestuous. Everybody knows everyone. The guy who had the house where Officer O'Keefe was found dead is also a Boston police officer. His family is well connected. His brother is a police officer in town, and they had a personal relationship with the lead investigator from the state police. And those are all red flags right out of the gate. Conflicts everywhere. But when you look at what happened here, it's not just a matter of, you're my friends and let's look into this. There appears to be something very devious going on. Exactly what that is, you can't say, but there's a lot of evidence that people who claim to know absolutely nothing about what happened and resulted in John O'Keefe lying dead on the house in which they were in fact, were communicating with each other at that time period, in the immediate hours after that, and in the immediate days after that, and talking about very weird things and doing things that people who are not involved in something bad generally don't do.
I've told my audience this. I'm just learning about this case sort of in real time when I'm talking to experts like yourself. But I have questions. I think I have a lot of questions.
Here to answer.
So because of this incestuous relationship, and look, I come from a small town, ironically called Mansfield. I'm from Mansfield, Ohio. To me, why doesn't, when something like this occur, the way they collected evidence is obviously super suspect. And the way that nobody seems to know anything, because it's a police officer that's lying dead, why doesn't a team fly in? Because I think about every other time that there's something like this happens, it seems everybody in law enforcement rallies and is like, we're here to help. Let's bring in the best team. Let's find out who did this. This just seems like, for lack of a better word, no disrespect to anyone, but a schlock job.
One of the worst things about this whole situation, I think you just put your finger on it. It's kind of sad in many ways. By all accounts, John O'Keefe was a good guy. I mean, just everybody seemed to like him, a dedicated police officer.
We've forgotten about him. And as someone who's the son of a perpetrator and a victim, that's very concerning.
Well, the thing in this case is, this is unfortunate, but he's just a corpse on a lawn is the way that this case is proceeding. And as you noted, when a police officer, and a popular one at that, is found dead, and whether it be a homicide or just something that requires investigation, that is always all hands on deck in the police department. The blue wall, I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I mean, officer down, brother down, we're going to solve this crime. But in this unique case, the officer was down on another officer's lawn, and that officer is, Mr. Big Shot in the town of Canton. And it seems that almost immediately that took priority, and these people started circling the wagons. And I think the evidence of that is unequivocal between the communications that they were having and denying, the communications which they were deleting and denying, the days after, how they're kind of following the investigators. What are they doing and trying to keep tabs on the witnesses that are being spoken to? They're destroying their cell phones one day before the government is issuing them a preservation order. There's a lot of weird things going on here. And the reality is nobody ever looked at this as, how are we going to attempt to find out what happened to John O'Keefe in an honest manner, wherever that leads. And what it would have led to is he's dead on the lawn. Common sense tells you, did he go in the house? It doesn't mean he did or he didn't, but common sense would tell you that a police officer would knock on the door and say, hey, was he in here? What happened? They didn't do that. And if you watch the first week of this, what feels like 8-year trial at this point, the local cops basically called the state police within an hour or so of being on the scene. And according to them, the state police said, we're not coming out to secure a crime scene, which is incomprehensible. Not even just because he's a police officer, but there's a dead body on a lawn. And the local cops then said, well, we're going to leave. And the crime scene was abandoned within an hour or two. which means at that point, you've lost the integrity of the crime scene. And these defense arguments about the possibility of planting evidence or evidence being tampered with, this all becomes real because they left by 8 o'clock in the morning and just left this yard unattended to. It's unbelievable.
Okay, so hold on. Why did they not come out? I mean, I understand it's New England. It's, it's the end of January.
No,
not
that's
the best weather.
That's
not the best weather. But yeah, so what is so there's no excuse,
there is
correct?
no excuse. You are ostensibly professional law enforcement officers. There is a dead body. It's a police officer. It's on another police officer's lawn. Snow or no snow, you come out and do what you're supposed to do. You get paid. You're a public servant. And if you ask any real law enforcement officer, they'll tell you, of course, they should have done what they didn't do. Instead, what happened is you had this almost comical, and I mean, none of this is funny, but I say comical because
no, I understand what you're saying.
When
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
hear in court that what happens is, well, let's go get this guy's leaf blower and just blow out the snow. And then, somebody go get some red Solo cups and we'll scoop up the blood and let it go in there. And this guy over here has a Stop and Shop bag and we'll just throw the evidence in there and we'll bring it to the police station and leave it unattended where somebody has access to it, where her car is. This should be a training video in how not to secure a crime scene. I mean, this case forensically was botched within, the first couple of hours.
Which is just, again,
it's atrocious.
A police officer who is down. You would think, there's a lot of talk about, the brotherhood of the police department and why they look out for their own. They're trying to cover something. But they would look out for their own. Wouldn't they look out for a fellow police officer and want to have?
They did look out for one of their own. They did look out for a fellow police officer. It just happened to be Brian Albert, the owner of the home, not the deceased police officer dead on the lawn. And that's part of the problem because of these personal relationships with all of the investigators. I mean, with the lead investigator from the state police, there are text messages where there are discussions from members of the Albert family talking about wanting to get him a gift when this is over, and him saying, just, talk to my wife, get her something. That is outrageous. There are text messages from this lead investigator who says, I have Karen Reed's phone and I'm looking for nudes and I haven't found any yet, telling his high school buddies, I'm looking for nude pictures of this woman. There are text messages of him telling his high school buddies who are asking him, hey, this is a big deal. Dead cop on another cop's lawn. And he's telling his buddies, oh, that guy who owns the home is fine. He's a Boston cop. This is a problem. And 5 weeks into trial, this lead investigator still has not been called by the DA. He is just a walking disaster. He's under investigation by Internal Affairs. He should have been recused from the case. Instead, he appears to have all of the telling signs of favoring people he knows, engaging in misogynist and other type conduct, looking for nudes, illegally searching her phone. And the defense theory is that he was alone with other evidence, which was later linked to Karen Reed. And they're going to argue that he must have, based on the other evidence, either planted it or whatnot. And at this point, normally you would say that sounds ridiculous. Given what you know about this case, it doesn't sound implausible. And with the burden of proof that the prosecution has, this case is, I believe, at least at this point, circling the drain. And I don't know that there's anything they can do that's going to salvage it, because any of this forensic evidence that they later try to link to Karen Reed, the defense will argue is compromised by the early investigation, which was not a real investigation, and these relationships between the police officers, the deleted messages that all of these witnesses are denying in the face of Celebrite records. Now, if you don't do this on a regular basis,
what is that?
Celebrite is the gold standard of cell phone extraction. Okay. Every prosecutor's office in the country who is worth their salt uses this. The FBI uses this. The national government. This is when you want to know what's on somebody's cell phone. You do a there are various forms, but you do a Celebrite extraction and they will pull off whatever is on your phone and they can generate a report, a PDF, depending on how big your phone is, how much data is on it. Those reports can be tens of thousands of pages, text messages, photos, emails, contacts, and all of these deleted messages and Google searches are on in these records that the FBI actually had. And you're in a situation now where these witnesses who were in the home where John O'Keefe was found on the lawn are basically denying evidence that is contained in the Celebrite records. And you're in the very unique situation of having a DA's office, probably for the first time that anyone can recall, if you do this for a living, where the DA's office is the one arguing against the reliability of a Celebrite expert and saying, trust the witnesses and we'll find some other expert. Never mind the defense expert who is, an expert in Celebrite analysis. It's mind-boggling.
Okay. So, okay. Again, I don't mean to laugh.
No,
this is like a man is dead and a woman is on trial for this. I mean,
for murder.
For second degree murder.
Could get life in prison.
Where she could get life in prison. And, and I'll get to this in a second because my friend who I was talking to last night said, this can happen anywhere. And I was like, that's scary. That's really scary when you think about it. And I think that's what's captivating this sort of national interest on this is this a frame job, right? But going back to these Celebrite records, is this the same thing as like when they gray key a device? I have friends that work in the feds, and if they can't get access from Apple, they gray key something to just get all the access. So this is standard that these are admissible in court.
Absolutely.
And this is what it is. And so you're telling me the prosecutor's saying there's no way that's accurate.
They're challenging Celebrite records that the defense is in possession with, that they're going to attempt to say doesn't really mean what it says, and call an expert to say, for example, there is a Google search, which is of critical importance in this case, where
Ha's dying cold or something.
It's a typo, but how long to die in the cold. And that search, according to the defense Celebrite records, was made by Jennifer McCabe at 2:27 in the morning. Now, according to all of those people, they never saw John O'Keefe. They left the home around 1 o'clock in the morning and learned about this at, say, 5:30 in the morning when a frantic Karen Reed was running around saying, "Where's John?" So obviously, if there is a credible argument that Jennifer McCabe was searching at 2:27 a.m., how long to die in the cold, mind you, 4 minutes after Brian Albert and Brian Higgins claimed they butt dialed each other, but nobody picked up the phone for the record show is a 22-second answered call, but none of them know. Just an hour and a half after Jennifer McCabe claims that she butt dialed 6 or 7 times John O'Keefe right around the time he was dying, and the defense is going to argue they were looking for his phone. That's why she was calling him. So put that all in context. And then if she's, after that timeline, performing a Google search after this Higgins and Albert call, how long to die in the cold, when she shouldn't know about this, then this case is over. If that's a credible Google search, it doesn't matter what happens after that point. This case is over. So the Celebrite records show that Google search was made at 2:27 a.m. and was deleted by Jennifer McCabe, along with many other calls and texts that she made during this time period. Now, by the way, if you look at her call records for January 29th of 22, which would have been those early morning hours after midnight, all of her records for those 4 or 5 hours are deleted, but nothing else. So they don't know about the butt dials. They don't know about the deletions. It's all a mistake. And she stood in court, looked at the jury with a straight face and said, "I didn't do that. I didn't delete anything." And the DA apparently is going to call an expert who's going to attempt to say, those records must not tell the full story. And again, anyone who does this for a living, to see that the DA is attempting to undo the reliability of Celebrite records, which they initially sought. We are in bizarro world, and you wonder just if that alone isn't enough to make them wonder. And but that's just part of it. I mean, there's going to be experts who testify for the defense, and this is beyond bonkers. We know the feds are doing an investigation, and as part of that investigation, they retained an independent accident reconstruction firm. I mean, that's like a cottage industry, an expert, whether it be car accident cases or vehicular homicide cases. So during their investigation, the feds wanted to know, let's assume that they're agnostic as to what happened. So naturally, they want to know, let's see what they tell us. So they hire a firm with 3 different experts who analyze all the evidence, and 3 out of 3 apparently come back to them and say that the damage on the car, combined with the damage to John O'Keefe's body, combined with the district attorney's theory of her backing into him at this rate of speed, and combined with the taillight and all of that, that they're not consistent. In other words, in layman's terms, it's in our expert opinion, he was not hit by her car. 3 out of 3. Now, the defense is aware of this, not because they hired a bunch of experts to, how much to pay to say what we want, because the federal government told them. They felt compelled as part of the disclosures and fundamental fairness, that knowing that she's on trial, to let the defense know. So now these witnesses are going to testify for the defense, and the prosecution has no expert to rebut this. And the defense is going to establish that these experts, they're not going to be able to say that they were part of a federal investigation, but they're going to be able to say, we didn't engage them for the purpose of paying them for an opinion, that, we learned of them. We got these reports after the fact, and then they're going to march in these 3 witnesses who are all going to say, this makes no sense. And it's easy to understand why, because they claim that she backed into him at 24 miles an hour, give or take.
It's 62. She was 62 feet away, which doesn't even make sense to me how she could accelerate in an SUV.
Well, not only that, but there's testimony about cars were lined up on the side of the street. But so, if you are, the medical examiner hasn't testified yet, but somehow autopsy photos are out there. It's probably shouldn't happen out of respect.
Of course there are.
But,
of course.
It is what it is. But just, what's out there is out there. And when you look at the injuries to John O'Keefe's body, he has a very large, probably, I'm not a medical expert, fatal gash to the back of his head. He has, his face is bruised, his eyes are bulging. He's got a whole bunch of scratches on his arms. But what he doesn't have is what appears to be anything that would be that blunt force trauma to cause that. It doesn't match the car. And he's also missing a belt. And the idea of being hit by a car at 20 miles an hour, if you're wearing a fastened belt, that's not going to fly off you.
No.
You've seen high-speed, awful car accidents on the interstate. I have seen this stuff, unfortunately. Sometimes you see someone's shoes go flying off. But 20 miles an hour wearing a fastened belt doesn't seem believable. The other problem they have, this being like a modern SUV, the taillight is made of polycarbonate, which is tantamount to that shatterproof type of glass. It's hard as a rock. It doesn't shatter in the classic sense that glass would shatter. And the state police, including the expert who has all of these problems, not expert, the lead investigator who was talking about getting gifts and looking for nudes, that guy, and his department claims they found 45 pieces of shattered taillight on the lawn. And I don't think, again, I'm not an expert, that doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't make any sense at all. And look, I'm not an expert or anything, but I have a modern
Common
vehicle,
sense.
and I shattered my taillight, and it's like 3 pieces.
you would potentially get a shard, I believe, something like that, which they also claim they recovered. But I think the point is, I assume, and I don't know this, I'm speculating, but it's what I call informed speculation, just as you said, basic common sense of analysis, that I would imagine that the polycarbonate would factor into these experts' opinion, amongst other things, that this scenario, this hypothesis that's theorized by the DA just doesn't wash with the available evidence.
That would make sense. But again, you say common sense, which is something that I think has gone out the window long ago in our society, but also in this case, apparently. Okay, so talk to me about this lead investigator. Who is this lead investigator? Is this the state trooper? I can't recall his name, but who is the person?
His name is Michael Proctor, and the irony is he became the lead investigator after the local police essentially recused themselves because of all this incestuous relationships. So,
and didn't Michael Proctor's mother refer to the Alberts as like family to them?
Yeah, no, they go to weddings together, they babysit children. Now, bear in mind, for the better part of almost 2 years, Proctor and the district attorney, not the poor guy who goes to court every day and has to try this case and frankly, in my view, embarrass himself. I'm talking about the elected official, have both denied that Michael Proctor had any relationship whatsoever with any of the witnesses in this case. That is patently false. The DA has never corrected that. They've never been had to stand to account for that. It's outrageous. Proctor, there are some reports that he actually, when he testified in the federal grand jury in this case, initially denied having a relationship and then got what I call some good legal advice under threat of what could happen to him. And from what I'm told, corrected his testimony and said, okay, there was. But, you know, for him to be the lead investigator on this case is just bonkers.
Bonkers.
Yep.
Wow.
And he's, as I said, he's under investigation for his internal affairs division. But
this was before this all happened and everything. So he's under investigation from something previously.
No.
Correct?
My understanding is he's under investigation for his conduct in this case. And that may relate to the text messages about possibly accepting gifts, about not being forthright about his relationship. And
he's the one who discovered the nudes, right? And was texting people.
Yeah. Well, that's a problem anyway, because if he took her cell phone and then searched it without a warrant, which he clearly did, just based upon telling his friends, I'm looking for nudes.
Yes.
Even if you get by the just disgusting nature and the misogynist basis, just because, you know, we have a defendant in this case who is an attractive woman. So naturally what I'm going to do is look for nudes. I mean, that's just outrageous. But he's also violating her civil rights in searching her phone without a warrant. As the defense has alluded to, there were privileged communications, lawyer-client conversations, which is another violation. He clearly did it intentionally. I mean, one could make the argument that under federal criminal law, he committed a crime by intentionally violating, you know, her civil rights, and certainly civilly. He also could be subject to, you know, a civil action for doing the same. So he is a walking disaster. He's going to be the albatross around the DA's neck. And the amazing thing is that in the normal case, the lead investigator is what I would call the glue guy for the prosecution. Sure. That's the witness who ties it all together, takes the jury by the hand and walks them through. Here's why we got the right defendant. You can trust us. We did a good investigation. You're 5 weeks into this trial. This guy still hasn't testified, which makes you wonder, are they even going to call him, or are they too afraid because he's going to get crushed? Now, if they don't call him,
is the defense going to call him? Because that's the first person I would call.
Absolutely. And not only that, will they call him, but you better believe that they will remind the jury in summations that how dare they bring her to trial with this case, and they don't even have the guts to call their lead investigator, and ask yourself why, and you know why, based on A, B, C, and D. So I think ultimately the DA is going to have no choice but to hold their nose and call him. I think it would be incompetence to an unprecedented level not to call him. There's no good choice here. You know, you don't want to call him because you don't want to hear this, but the defense will. But you've got to get out in front of this, and that's another flaw in the prosecution. All the warts in this case, they just want to hide. You've got to get in front of it, and let the jury know bad stuff is coming, and they don't. And that's why, right from the jump in this case, when they gave their opening statement, and I don't know if you've watched the opening statements.
I need to watch this because as you're telling me this, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. I've been in a criminal trial.
Let me tell you something. If you choose to watch the prosecutor's opening statement, I would either have a lot of no-dose or a lot of caffeine, because you will fall asleep. It is the worst opening argument in a murder case that I've ever seen in 25 years. But beyond just the tone of it, the droning on, throwing out names, not even presenting a theory, just literally a laundry list of witness after witness, they never confronted and gave a preview to the jury about, we recognize there are issues, but here's how we're going to get past it. So what they did is they left it an incredible opening for the defense to immediately grab the jury's attention, get out in front of it, and lead them. Somebody has to take charge of the jury. In a trial, it's like boxing out. Somebody's going to take the jury on an adventure and let them know where this case is going. And the prosecution surrendered that ground right away. So when the defense opens up, the first words out of the lawyer's mouth are, Karen Reed was framed. And at that point, you have rapt attention. They preview the case, and every witness who is testifying for the prosecution is being viewed through that prism. Well, what's the evidence of why are they saying these witnesses are bad? And every witness they call that's relevant to this issue, the defense is picking away at and establishing more and more breadcrumbs, leading back to Proctor, leading back to these deleted calls, leading back to all this other stuff, so that by the time they get to their case and they prove, so they say, all of these facts, or not prove is not the word. They don't have to prove anything. Establish a credible basis for the jury. That's right. And then call these accident reconstruction experts. You start to see, I think, that there's no outcome here that I can see that Karen Reed will ever get convicted, even if some jurors are saying, well, maybe she hit him, or even if they say, well, she must have hit him. There's just too many loose ends, too many unexplained coincidences with butt dials, deleted phones, throwing phones away. There's too many.
Yeah. And that's astonishing to me too. There's Brian Albert, who is the home.
I was muted. I was trying to find the pause button.
I just made a tweet, or whatever the hell they call it on X, but I said if I had two questions to ask ADA Lally, they would be: one, how did you feel when you learned that all of your witnesses, including your investigators, were investigated by the FBI and all hauled into a federal grand jury? That was number one. Number two, how did you feel when the unit commander of the MSP came back after an interview in California and found out that your boss had a federal court order to monitor his conversations on cell phone and office phone? And then I said something like, imagine all the conversations that were captured between you and your boss. And then I further went down and said, please feel free, Mark Betterow, to comment how you would feel as an ADA in New York if this happened. And I got to tell you, that's a serious, serious concern. That is real. That is real. I know it.
Yeah.
So
Vicky says, boys are back in town. Boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Where's Auntie Bev? Come on.
Auntie Bev. Come on, Bev. You said back. We're back. Guess who's back? We're back, Sean. Where the hell is Bev?
I know.
Oh, man. So this glasses stuff, anything significant other than that you can think of? Massive. Sorry, I got to just...
You when you get a headache? My friend? You okay?
I'm okay. When you get a headache, it's just there. It's just like...
trust me, I know.
It's a nightmare. But it's all good. I'm with you, so it's fine. I don't know what I was going to ask you there. I
did see one comment about asking how, the items stay in the same bag. Yes, they do say they all stay in the same bag. I'm concerned how they still put the shirt, pants, and underwear. They should have definitely had separate bags. They could have called it, item whatever, 10, A, B, and C, and 3 separate bags. I don't agree with that. There was definitely would be cross-contamination there.
Yeah, no, I know. It is what it is. Do you know what I mean? Hey, Sean, what would this trial be without some cross-contamination, Sean?
I'm telling you, I mean, it's really just, So I'm trying to figure out how much more Yuri can go before Lally lets him to the assassins, right? The good thing is we have to 4:30. So, how much more can he do? Because he really didn't have much of a role. He's going to be involved in the collection of taillight. He's going to be involved in arresting Karen Reed. He's going to be involved in seeing the taillight in Dighton, right? Maybe he'll be asked why wasn't a picture taken. They're going to say, what? They didn't have a cell phone? Come on, right? For any reason at all, right? SOP, right? At least to preserve, God forbid, if the thing had an accident.
What's SOP? Sorry, what's SOP?
Standing operating procedure.
Thank you. Sorry, continue.
In the event that we knew, clearly there was the roads were not good. If that ramp truck took a spin, then the whole car's gone. At least you could have had some document. I'm telling you right now, this is all about documentation. This case is all about the lack of documentation.
Yeah.
So he's setting up the stage to say that, we collected that evidence and it was put right into the locker at the state police, right?
Yeah.
Why the hell did it take so long to get it out? You tell me it waited there till March?
Yeah.
I'm going to have to call bullshit. Listen, telling you, Dylan, these people made a decision to get Karen Reed at any cost. Okay? I'm telling you right now, if they were that motivated to plant evidence, all possibilities are in play, including the evidence that's allegedly stored in their lockers, which is bullshit.
Also, they have to put as much of this evidence into testimony into this trial without the items, without Trooper Proctor touching it. They have to. So this is why he's going to put most of these items in place before Proctor's call. So I do not think Crafty Cow, he will be up next. I don't believe he will be up next.
Proctor, no. But I'll tell you, you're going to find out via the defense. When we see the defense, you're going to hear Proctor's name many times.
Yeah. Many times. Backstreet Boys, thank you for that. Sean, shouldn't Yuri have changed his gloves? We sort of done that. Ideally, yes, but...
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't believe they'll be doing... Well, they could bring all that. They're going to have to bring this evidence over to federal trial. Listen, I'm telling you right now, I am of the opinion and firm belief, that this case is going to be tried in federal court. Well, they will be prosecuted in federal court. Whether they go to trial, that's another story. So this evidence,
she's got a good point. What you said, putting soggy clothes in an evidence bag without drying it out first. They didn't. They just shoved it in there.
Well, honestly, that is the preferred way. Okay?
Really? Okay.
Yeah, the paper bag in itself is like I don't want to say humidor, but it does allow for the natural. You don't want it in a plastic bag. I can tell you that.
Okay.
The paper bag is the industry standard for that. And you want to preserve it ASAP. You don't want any cross-contamination. You don't want any of that stuff, What do you got there, Dylan? Ice pack?
No, my mug. I'm going to fill it up with water now. I just downed it. It's cold. It's cold. When you got something cold on your head. Sean, why wasn't it introduced New York? What? That means by the medical witness. Bukkake is that was sneaky how they got in that Bukkake was a medical expert.
Yeah, they tried. Okay, they tried.
They got a bit in.
You'll see the defense, they'll ask him, "Have you ever seen anyone get punched out before?" They're going to ask him that. I mean, you've seen hundreds of head trauma wounds, right? Blunt force. How about assaults, right? How about, listen, this thing about the arm, right? You can say it's blunt force all you want, but the sleeves indicate that it wasn't blunt force. Think about it. I'm going to tell you, people, get a bat, get a pipe, put your sweatshirt out there and beat the shit out of your sweatshirt. Tell me if you get puncture wounds. Tell me, please do it.
I agree. There's a little question for you here. It's ideal for you. Bukkake says taillight was broken when recovered. Do you think the defense team introduced a ring video of the car being picked up?
Here's the thing. I'm not sure how it is in state court. We know the ring video has not been introduced yet, right?
No,
by the prosecution, by design, right? I don't believe they can cross over. Now, they can probably say defense item, but I guess the video was brought in by the prosecution. So I don't know if they can cross over. I don't believe they can. I think they have to have their own. I don't know. But I think if that's the time to do it, that would absolutely be the time to do it. Absolutely. Bring that video in.
Miss Gold, my darling Miss Gold, Delana, I just realized you're wearing a alternate corner t-shirt. Where can we buy them? Well, you can buy that. You can buy Jefe and El Chappy.
Look at that.
I got a store. I'm sure that one of the mods will post my link. Hopefully. Yeah. I know a couple of them around. If not, I'll post a link, Miss Gold. But I have got a store. Don't feel like you need to buy anything, guys. If you do, size up because, I don't really promote this, Sean. It's one of those things. I don't really, I'm saying as you, I don't promote it,
You have your countrymen that can have access to it, right? I'm not sure how it is, from London to Wales, but
it's mostly from the US. I'm based in the US.
The stores in the US?
Most of it, yeah.
Oh,
because it's mostly there. So, Miss Gold, for you, UK, we'll sort you out. I'll do a UK thing for you. If anyone wants anything from a store from the UK, let me know. Mex is going to get a link now. Right.
I would love to hear what Mark Betterow is going to say because he's still talking about the belt. The belt. Listen, the belt was always there. I didn't want to say anything. I never said the belt was gone. But those guys that told me, they said the belt is definitely, and now we know the belt was there. Doesn't look like it was stretched out at all. They probably did the arms and the legs type of movement carrying. They may have done a tarp or a blanket. It's a very efficient way to do things. So,
so someone's asking Elite Squad T-shirt. That's another store somewhere. I don't know.
I'm going to tell you right now, Jenny. I want one of those shirts. I don't know where the hell you get those shirts. All I know is that store that my buddy sent me from has the,
I think it's Hot Commodities.
Whatever that Florinata. That Elite. Did I tell you the story about the guy that had the Elite Squad shirt on and some retired?
Oh my God! Yes. What a story that is.
This guy was raided by the Canton Police and Stoughton Police. 2 search warrants to look for stupid rubber duckies and some fake, not fake, but, play money, $100 bills, because evidently someone had littered in front of Chrissy Albert's restaurant, right? Colin did it. So the little duckies had Colin did it. The $100 bills had Colin did it. These people, the Canton cops, in conjunction with the Stoughton cops, right? Think about this. Did 2 search warrants. I'll tell the story later.
Do it afterwards. Emma, no, I'm not. We'll ask him, though. We'll ask him. Here we go, everyone. I'm going to get some water for my headache. I'll be back now.
Go ahead, buddy.
If I can find the bloody way to go back here. It's one of those things.
I know, I hear you, buddy.
Microdos says their stores are pirating all your gear.
I saw that.
Thank you, Microdos. She's still in a bad mood with me, so but she's better, thank you. Here we go. Oh, thank you, Rich. Thank you.
Nice.
Appreciate you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yeah, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Again?
What the?
This, I would love. I know there are people out there keeping track of how many sidebars, but I got to tell you, this is absolutely shameful. Shameful. Get the damn trial on.
I know. I think it's 4:20. I don't remember when he came on. I'm trying to do timestamps on this. I always forget.
Good for you.
Bukkake, I think. Yeah, so I try and do it for ease for other people when they at the end they'll come back.
Right.
Direct.
Anyways, but getting back to this gentleman, right?
Yeah.
He wrote me in the morning a picture of a note. He was at breakfast, and a retired Boston police officer, a female, wrote him a note on a napkin and said, "I'm buying your breakfast because of the shirt you're wearing. I believe 1,000,000% Karen Reed is innocent. I believe 100% she was framed." And something, whatever she said, "I'm family of law enforcement. I'm retired BPD. My son's a state trooper." And she says, "I believe firmly in Sean McDonough and that Brian Albert is going to go to jail with other people." And it was beautiful. So I
saw it. I apologize. I didn't put it up. I did see it.
No.
Fantastic.
And I thought that was amazing. Is Mrs. O'Keefe crying?
She's she left earlier on, but now she's back again. So
yeah. Well, hey, it is what it is. Oh, okay.
That's fine.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Buchanan, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing. And he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services section or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the Crime Scene Services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from Crime Scene Services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when Crime Scene Services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
So Sergeant Mechanic just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the midst.
All right, so there's no objection, right? All right, so folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. All right, with that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may publish just briefly each of the 3 respective photographs?
Yes.
It's 441.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2866. And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this particular photograph of this rookie.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight laceration of the nostril and the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, can I photograph 2857? Again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 442.
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer direct the jury's attentions, what, if anything, is significant to observe in this photo?
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. Again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 443?
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
I went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his way?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle. So even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went in the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dighton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
So then you proceed inside the home, and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were considerate of her losing her boyfriend. and we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed, and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin? What was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with, who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And
do I need to give it instructions to Ellie? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
Yeah.
I mean, Dylan, how the hell did we get? All right, so let me get this straight. 9 o'clock, Canton PD, 11:30, Jen McCabe's, right? We know at 10. We know at 10:41, Yuri called Good Sam, right, and said this is a domestic assault investigation. What reason? How did it go from a domestic assault to a hit and run or car accident based on Jen McCabe? I mean, listen, I'll tell you right now, they clearly had reason to seize the vehicle. Well, they had reason way back at any time, 6:15, whenever it started, they started hearing, I hit him, did I hit him, whatever. They had a reason to seize the vehicle then in favorable conditions. How the hell, did I miss something? How the hell did we jump from Jen McCabe's house to Good Sam, right? Right? I'm telling you right now, the reports say differently. The reports say we interviewed Jen, we went to Sam, we came back, we interviewed Big fucking Matt and Brian Albert. That's the order. Then what do they do? Then they call the tow truck at 2:30, right? They drive down there. What? So they get there before the cop does. The cop said he was there before the troopers.
Oh, yeah.
Friggin' crazy. But here's the thing. Waist-high snow? Waist-high snow. This guy, is he on drugs? I mean, what's he saying?
And also GPS is not accurate. I was like,
okay. That's the highlight of the day. Of course it's not accurate. It was never accurate.
All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant Buchanan, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation, the interview, to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. She was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
At some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived to see at McCarthy's and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe. And when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And from at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home in Dighton?
Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the the residence and the driveway.
Gentleman, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dighton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Can I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll want to see if you introduce the minutes and next exhibit.
No objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those 2 short clips for the jury?
Yes.
Just tell me if you could click on it and then pause when it please. You could press on my.
Still, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You want to pause right there, please? Now, the sergeant mechanic from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that was just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dighton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to take a breath right in there. This moment, if you could pause right there. 2 individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are as far as who they are, from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just don't have to explain this again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay?
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have a second of those 2 videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Mechanic, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed for transport from the scene.
Gentlemen, if you could play for me.
I'm sorry.
I just asked her to pause right
Yeah,
there.
you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes. Sergeant Mechanic, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that taillight.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Just go ahead and give it credits through the. Let's go and you can take that time. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sally Port garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just have to look at that, look up in the finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes in that exhibit.
They had just a moment, Council.
Okay.
Mike. Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, we publish that video to your agency.
Okay.
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with the Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot, that is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom or the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sally Port is located.
Thank you. Just come in if you could. Pause there, Ms. Gilman. As far as what's depicted in this still shot in this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind as we did the entire way from Dighton all the way to Canton.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that to the end. Thank you. Now, as far as the interior of the Sally Port garage,
Put the lights, thank you.
as far as the interior Sally Port of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sally Port with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sally Port garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that one after we finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about proceed to introduce in the minutes of that exhibit?
No objection, Your Honor.
Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dighton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dighton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton, arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant, direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Canton Police Department with the antique Canton Cruiser on the bottom of the screen and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or from the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, wait. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay, could you pause that, Ms. Gilman?
Oh my God, I can't believe it. What an absolute shit show. Is this even believable? I mean, no offense. Sean's just had to go out and get his car, so he'll be back. Sean's going to come back. Got distracted. I did. How can he believe this? How can the jury believe this? How can anyone believe it? Sean's going to watch this on replay and be like, what the F is going on? It's just not believable, people. Is this guy, he's 6'1", is he bollocks? Waist high in the snow. My bollocks, he's waist high in the snow. It's ankle deep. If the jury can't see this, right? That he just said that when he approached the car, he was like up to his waist. We just seen he just lied. This guy's lied so much. It's unbelievable. I'm glad Sean's not here because Sean would be blowing a gasket right now if he was here. I just posted what Turtle Boy said about, like, are the jury supposed to believe that a single piece of hair and a single shard of glass made it all the way to this place? One word. Bollocks. Bollocks. Apologies for my language. I didn't realize I was swearing. Bollocks. Sorry. There is no way, people. I have every faith in humanity. I have every faith in this jury. If this jury believes any of this, then there's no one with
A short afternoon break on our long days at about a half an hour. But I think the better use of our time is to give you a 10-minute break now. And
Bloody
then we'll
hell.
go straight through till 4 o'clock. But if anybody needs a break,
What do I do now?
All rise for the court, please.
What have I done now? You see, I would get roused off the mod if I do something wrong.
Jim.
Hey, friends, can you help me? Sorry, not done, but you were out to help. What do I do to donate? Apologies. Do you mean to Karen's defense fund? Do you mean that? If you mean Karen's defense fund, I haven't got a link for it, but we can try and find a link for you to donate to Karen if you want. I believe that's what you mean, Lisa. If it is, then we'll try and accommodate you, my darling. And welcome, by the way. Don't worry about it. Oh, you've been here before. What talk about welcoming you for? You've been here before. 3'10", he is. Look, Karen's like, what? What? Let's go, girl. What's going on? Oh, don't hide it. Right, can someone read lips here? What's she saying? She seems happy. The glare of stone face there. I'd find it quite hard to sit there really quiet. If I saw Karen turn around and be like, you're very happy, I'd be like, let's go, girl. Let's go, girlfriend. Let's go. If she's happy, I'm happy. Do you know what I mean? So here we go. What's going on?
Your Honor, may the witness leave the stand just for a moment?
Sure.
Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If you please the court, yes. May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
Oh, wow. Turtle Boy tweeted this as the first time he believed that they've ever seen this video, the defense.
Is that the end of it, Mr. Lally, or
I believe so, yes.
is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay. All right, lights on, please, Dave. Thank you. All right, so I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So let's hang on. Let's clear some stuff up here. Right. Let's get in here. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Hey there,
Shut
Karen Reed trial
the
watchers.
Effer, you mother. He always scares me. Right. Let's go off that for a second. Stop screen. Let's go to Twitter for a second. I know. I wish Sean was here as well, people. I know. I know. Let me get on Twitter. Let me go on Twitter. Jesus, hang on. Let's get here. Right, I'll share this. So this is Twitter. Post. Then. Right, don't care about you. So sorry, Sue. Right, I wish the audience could see the expression on Karen Reed and her attorney's faces right now. They look ecstatic about whatever they're watching from this Sallyport Garage video. It's like it's the first time they've seen it, and they all just noted something. Liza Little and Karen have huge smiles. You can see the lights there, man. Hey, thank you, RH. Bollocks is right. Thank you, my friend. So, yeah. I don't know, Crafty Cow. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because see it. Also, it's supposed to be. Why is it snow? What's going on, people? The light is intact. Can I zoom in anymore? Hang on. Ah, yeah, mother. No. Hang on. Let's see if I can. Bear with me. No. Where's the car gone? It's disappeared. What the That's not what I wanted. 2 jurors are yawning. 3 stand up. Right, hang on. Somebody said something about Karen. They were touching it. That's sure, for sure. I need some more likes, people. Get some more likes on this video. It is. Thank you, Raoul. But we need more likes as well. And the hair held on for dear life. It's red, so it's in the period. It melted the snow. What did I miss? A Tesla Cybertruck pulled up in the front of my house where I take pictures. Basically, we just played a video. And it seems like the defense didn't know anything about this video. And you can see that the taillight is well intact. I got it because I can't do it. I mean, it'd be too blurry if I did it zoomed in as well. I'm glad he's not here because he would explode, I think. This is. Thank you, Julie. Walking with a brown paper bag, put it down and walked out. No, I missed so much on that. Shall I just go back and watch it again? I don't know how long it's going to be. So they're going to hang on. Let's get out of this. Hang on. No, let's get out of here. I'm confused now. Right. Hang on. That blink or lag. Yes, there was blink. Definitely blink or lag. Yes. Let me just get back here. Don't shout to me now, people. Oh, this mother. I hate that guy. Let's go back a second. I'm going to play it up at speed, okay? I'm on 720 auto.
May I get just a little closer?
Sure.
This is
Can we turn up the lights,
1.5.
please, Dave? Thank you.
1.5 speed, people, so you can watch it again. It is quicker. It's 1.5. But I want to see you by the bag. So cleaning that. I don't care about the cleaning bit. Did I go past it, did I? The light is intact. You can see that. He's pausing. Yeah, if you were in my members only last week, I played a video which showed this exact same thing. Not this video, but in Sallyport when they were working on it, it kept jumping. Yeah, there's jumping. Yeah. I Mexitexi sent me a video that showed the jumping when they were around the tail light. I played it in members only. I sent it off to the defense, so they're aware of it. But I've not heard back if they're going to use it or not. I don't know. You see there's a bit of a jump there. It's just showing them how the I'll hang on. Let's see if I can get the time for you. No, I can't. My eyes are not good enough. Sorry. Yeah, Sea-Dog. Honestly, Sea-Dog. I played it in members only last Friday.
Is that the end of it, Mr. Lally? Or?
I believe so, yes.
And in it was these jumps, and you see the guy going towards the taillight, and then he vanishes. Literally, you see him going towards the taillight and he vanishes. The timestamp stays the same. So, but as I say, I sent it off to the defense. You know, I sent it off to the defense so they can look at it. I don't know what's coming from it. I couldn't see it. Oh, Sue O'Connell, no worries. Hang on. So many posts here. Hang on. Yannetti has left to make a call. I overheard him. Sue O'Connell says Yannetti has left to make a call. Let me just put it in there in case someone's new. I'm coming in afterwards. I'll put it up here. Thank you, Wendy, my darling. So you go, Stu O'Connell. If people sometimes think, why do I post stuff? It's tweets from either Stu O'Connell, Ted Daniels, Jessica, Turtle Boy. Yeah, there you go. Aiden said the same. Hang on. Aiden posted this. Bear with me. Aiden posted. Right, let me get this up then. Hang on. The counter-cycle garage products jumps constant, but one thing that remains constant is that Michael Proctor is by the right rear tail light at all times. That's Michael Proctor. So that's Michael Proctor right there. That's Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor. Ah, look at him. He's behind on his own, right next to it, looks at it, gets closer, and then gets really close there. Notice the camera jumps for an obvious time lapse right when Proctor is standing next to Karen. So there you go. This is the whole thing. Hang on. So you go. See, it jumps. Yeah, which is in line to why I sent the defense, thanks to Mexi Texi. The tweet, oh shit. If I can find it, I'm just like, it's hard for me to find these things, guys, because obviously I'm trying to make sure we don't miss any court as well. Because I know you guys shout at me if I miss anything from court. Let me go back to court for a second. I don't know if Higgy's there or not. Right there. Let me just see if I can find it then. Mojo Rising. No, they're back. They're back.
Okay. I guess I'm going to give you something.
But thank you, Mojo. There's something there that the defense didn't know, and they are happy now. You won't, Sarah.
Thank you. Be seated. Close back.
But my mods will.
All right, so we're ready to pick right up where we left off.
We're ready. Thank you.
So I'll just be clear, the objection's overruled, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Sergeant, we're gonna start up again with the video.
I mean, let's get the video then. I hate long play.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where it was paused, which was 5:35:36.
Video.
Okay.
Video. Oh, for fuck's sakes! I'm going to fucking find another video. Hang on. Fuck. Jesus Christ, what's wrong with this? Hang on, I'll find another stream that shows the video.
And Sergeant, as far as the condition of the vehicle as you observe it in this sort of pause still shot of the video, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the condition as far as the snow or ice or anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Just know if you could play from there.
Oh, here we fucking go. Sorry, people.
So if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Bukkake, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself there.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
And let's go in if you can play from here. I want to take a pause there just a moment. Sergeant Bukkake, from what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
I want to give this play to the end, please. Thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sergeant Bukkake, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And Your Honor, if with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport's garage camera.
Okay.
And I'm just going, what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26. If you could pause there briefly. Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people in this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, you noted or observed?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
As far as the snow and the cakes on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And I was going, if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Buchanan, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at One Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Oh, interesting. There's a lot of jumping, people. There's a lot of jumping. It's like they got the music going. Jump, jump, jump around. You know that song? Jump, jump, jump around. Whoop, whoop. Let's do it. It's literally, it keeps jumping. Jump, 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 jump. I don't know the rest of the song. Everybody clap your hands. Jump, 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 jump. So I don't know what's going on, but I can tell you one thing. Karen is very, very happy. Hey, Tom. Hey, Clara. Look at them. They're going to have some stories to tell. That's for sure. I wonder what they're going to say, because they're going to be looking at the jury. So Tom and the Clara are definitely two streams to watch after today, probably tomorrow, to see what their thoughts are on this. Oh, you back.
And so, sir, during the course, let me ask you this. As far as this or any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case?
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within your unit. How is it, is an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was a case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the Ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
And have you reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search?
I did.
Now, with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
And with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the public this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
I mean, all of a sudden, she's found her objection. As in, no. I mean, she's not sustaining anything. She's allowing everything in. I hope, look, it's fine. It's fine. This is just ridiculous, people. What the fuck? He is the lead investigator. Let's not sugarcoat this and say there's a case, whatever they call it. Lots of people are involved. Oh shit, I thought I was muted. No, I'm not. That's fine. The case, whatever he said, case, whatever. No, there's a lead investigator who did a shoddy job here. So cut the bullshit. Bukkake, whatever his bloody name is. Cut the BS out. This is maddening, people. This is maddening. I hate this because this is Karen's life. This is her justice. This is her freedom. And they're making shit up.
You are unmuted.
Fuck. Bullshit.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, first video 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
and then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play on that. Gentlemen, if you could pause. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video and the video surrounding it, you'll be able to identify the operator of the vehicle, the black SUV.
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if this gentleman, if you could play. Now, Sergeant Mechanic, you're also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153. If you can just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other video?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
Is that Ms. Gilman, if you could address it? Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who the individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot of the video that you observed, are we able to recognize the operator?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play through there. Now, from this particular pause portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the various attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defendant's vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Let's go with you, press. And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165. You can pause there, please. And Sergeant, have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
I was telling if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, this is the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from the same Exhibit 6. Ms. Gilman, if you can pause there just for a moment. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And then Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6, video 171. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keefe, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keefe on that day go to the C.F. McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to C.F. McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs or still shots. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth will take to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's 161.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. Add a moment, Charlie.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now? If you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the area of the rear passenger side tail light that you were describing damage. Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, you can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. So Sergeant Mechanic, if I could take you again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to CF McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the CF McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment, from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to sit to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
It's 161.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask those to be published to the jury at this point.
Okay.
And Sergeant Mechanic, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed with this still shot from the CF McCarthy.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camerano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray light two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot is going to be. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at C.F. McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe that?
Here, I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. With reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video. If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds. And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment, I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it. If you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress, for the bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct your attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camerano.
If you could play that to about 8:20. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50, from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that to about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camerano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to for what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verified the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are time-stamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is, prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, C.F. McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 40 minutes. Just pause there briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, and there is people come around, Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone else you recognize in that area at this time?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. And I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, just come and play that to. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even in to the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds. And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into the same video. If you could play that for about the next minute or so, for about 38 minutes. Now, Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4. And ask you to go about 50 seconds into 50 into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So this would now be the fourth drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, within this same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment. I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
in this portion of the video, the two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot-size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7?
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in. Actually, play for the next 20 seconds. So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within for the time stamp, I'm sorry. Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to CF McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of CF McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Kelman, you can take that down. I'm sorry. I'm showing you the 5-page document. Asking you to review that, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at CF McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keith received from CF McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do you, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab, Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Sustained.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Call them up to speak to introduce and medicine next exhibit.
We probably should approach
Okay.
briefly.
Here you go. And there's court tomorrow, everyone. Remember there's court tomorrow?
Right.
Half day tomorrow.
Half day though, right?
Half day tomorrow, yes. So there's court tomorrow. It's not waiting until thing. Thank you, Lisa. Well, you missed some of the bits. You need to go back and watch a lot of the bits.
Well, I had my phone on during the ride back and forth. I almost had a heart attack when I got my bill. But anyways, what were they trying to prove? Waist high snow? Are you kidding me?
I know. Oh, bollocks. I know, bollocks.
Seriously.
Thanks, Big Dog. It's okay now, thank you.
Yeah.
No, I agree. I agree with
But
you.
listen, I'm going to tell you right now. Proctor wrote in that affidavit, upon arrival at Dighton, he noticed that the rear right side taillight was shattered with a large piece missing. Did Bukkake ever say that?
Well, he said a lot of stuff, Sean. This is what this is quite important, actually. And I know you're going to cover it tonight and you show properly.
Yeah, you better school me because this is a bunch of bullshit. Who cares?
This is going to be so much info on this, Sean. I don't even think that you're going to be able to do it justice tonight. I think you're going to have to go through it all again because
you are unmuted. Right.
You are going to have to. I'll wait for Livia.
Okay.
Will do it.
Yeah.
Because there's so much. You're right.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, on those receipts from CF McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of Canton?
Myself and Trooper Keith went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 4 photographs or still shots. If you could review those and look up when you're finished. And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that this be published for the jury.
Yes.
And this gentleman, if I could just have the first one. I apologize. This gentleman, if I could have the first one from the interior. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this second. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observe Mr. O'Keefe holding as he's exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
And this gentleman, if I could have from the exterior, just the second one, please. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as exhibit 467?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this step.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thanks. You can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir. Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 4, just actually look at that. And do you recognize what's contained in Exhibit 54?
I do recognize it, yes.
And are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Now, sir, with reference to the waterfall, in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask from channel 3, the second video down. If I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds. Keep it clear. I can ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe occurred?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
So from the same channel 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the 4th video down. If I could ask you to go 11:39 in 40 seconds. Pause there, thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you could direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Okay, so pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video, the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home?
Yeah, okay. All right, so Sergeant, we're gonna meet you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave. So jurors, the same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
And I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
Well,
yeah, Sean.
I distinctly remember Chrissy Albert saying that she nursed that cylindrical drink the whole night. How can Bukkake see that she's having another glass? I didn't see that.
Yeah, I know. I wish Karen wouldn't do that sometimes, because it's like people interpret what she's saying.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know what she's saying there, but
so when I go back, because I'm going to do it real now, but what should I be looking for?
I mean, it doesn't align, Sean. The testimonies don't even align what he's saying. He obviously went into the whole taillight as well, which know. He's pointing out the whole thing with that's where it's broken in the video and stuff like that. There's also
what was the big thing in the garage?
So the garage. Well, this is what you need to look at. You need to tell us, because there was a rejection. Allegedly, apparently, I don't know how true this is. Apparently, the defense had never seen the video of the garage before, but I'm not sure how true that is. So basically, his video, you can see Trooper Proctor several times in there near the headlights and stuff. He keeps spazzing out. He keeps jumping and cutting it in and out. And Karen mouths something. It's the wrong side. It's the wrong side. And I don't know what she means by the wrong side.
Well, that's clearly the right side, right?
But yeah, unless she means about parking, I don't know. I don't know. But that's the bit you need to see as well to see how it is. But when they were showing that, apparently, Eliza and Karen were just like Cheshire cats, just grinning.
Okay, good. So
they were really happy.
It was positive for them, right?
Positive for them, and the light was fine. You could see the light was intact.
Right.
I just don't.
Well, we know that because at 5:08, it was intact. You know.
I know.
The smashing didn't start. But here's the thing: did they ever show Higgins or Junior Mofo at all?
They pointed out Higgins and stuff like that. I think it was Higgins. He did name them. I don't remember who, but he said Trooper Proctor was there. But he kept saying Trooper Proctor was never near the glass. But you could see him. He was there, near it.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Well,
Mermaid May say, I think she was saying that her vehicle was on the wrong side of the garage compared to the other Sallyport video. It was wrong side because it was mirrored, Heather was saying. So you go back and watch it. I don't know. I need someone intelligent.
So let me ask you a question. The vehicle was backed in, or was it? No, it wasn't backed in.
It was driven in. It was driven in that angle.
All right, but on some of the pictures with the rear end to the rear?
This is what we need to find. This is what we need to piece it all together. Do you know what I mean? It's so much. It is literally so much. There's so much. Like, this is what we got to sit down and go through it all, because I know Olivia's going to do it. Don't get me wrong, or Lana or Lisa and stuff are going to do it, because there's so much info here. And trying to put all this together is like a huge jigsaw. I don't remember everything.
Okay. My understanding, when they took those pictures, well, I will go back to my file. I thought that the vehicle was backed in and
you might be right.
Toolbox is on the wall behind the vehicle. But this thing has the front end facing the wall, right?
It does, yeah, it does, towards a dummy.
Yeah, well, okay, so, but then again, the picture, okay, so here's the thing. So the pictures from the February 1st and all, they switched the car around. They moved that car after it got taken in. That's what the thing is. They moved the car.
Yes.
That car was driven in, front end in, right, with the right side exposed, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to have to. So, okay. So the defense was the one that pushed to see the whole video, because clearly, did they not have it?
No. So judge objected the complaint. So I think, well, again, we don't know until we hear from people in like people reporting it. I don't know.
And
It
wasn't Jim McDermott trying to figure out what the lemonade was on the April 24th?
Oh, there was something. Yes, you're right. There's
Yeah,
something.
right.
Again,
So
I
he's
don't
trying
know.
to check. Maybe they didn't get all the video.
Yeah, this is like, whoa.
Right.
And the chat are going saying so many different things. I love it, but I'm just confused, people. I generally don't know what to say. 2 sets of doors, Joe Carr says.
Okay.
What was the floor jack used for? They wheeled that. The defense hadn't seen it. Well, again, we just go by what Twitter's saying. We don't know. Take it with a pinch of salt. Do you know what I mean?
All right.
What
Well,
Twitter's saying.
any glaring issues that Bukkake contradicted himself at all on?
Probably, yes.
Okay.
But again, it's one of these things that you need to go and compare it to all
How-
the other testimony.
How much of the ring camera video did they show? I know they showed part of it, right? But how much
Yeah.
did they show the whole thing?
Not the whole thing, just what we've seen already, plus the reversing into the car and then her going as well.
Okay.
So that one, that your baby, the one that you
Okay.
always use.
Yeah,
and
but
he
they
made
didn't
that.
stop. They didn't stop on the side of the.
They did, but
They did.
when they moved forward and said, because they were saying, "Oh, where's the hole and stuff," and you go, "Oh, here it is. That's the
Well,
damage
that's
all
not-
there."
Yeah, that's where she hit John's car. But I'm talking about the side of the car, the side taillight, the side of the taillight.
No, so they just pointed out the taillight. They're not going to point out the side. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, all right.
They're never going to point that out
Okay.
because it's intact. Do you
All
know what I
right.
mean?
Well, that's good. Well, that's what I'm going to do, Ryan. I'm going to go back and research that now, and I'll be on at 6, see what we can come up with. And I'll see you back here at 8:00 tomorrow morning.
Yes, well, short one tomorrow anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's fine, mate. You do that. I'm not sure what's going on here now. I think this is probably for next week. But it's also similar. Do you remember I showed you a clip about the timestamps?
Yeah,
and
all
stuff as
the
well. They
people
keep
jumping. All the people jumping, right?
Yeah, jumping. As I say, I've sent that off to the defense. They all know about it. They probably
Good.
know about it anyway. So
Sure.
the defense know all this, people. So it's
Yeah.
fine.
They do.
Don't even have to worry about it. So it's nothing new to them. As I say, I've sent it off anyway, but
Okay.
they know all this stuff. So
Beautiful.
Cool.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Right,
sign
brother.
off from here, my friend, and I'm going to research this. Okay.
yeah, fine. Catch you later, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
Thank
Be
you,
good.
Sean.
Take
See
care.
you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
So just remember, 6:00 tonight. Sean is on going through the motions. Di says the car is covered in snow when it leaves Dighton, but almost clean when the tow truck arrives at Campton. There are some comparison pics on X. More damning evidence. Yeah, there's a lot. Again, it is one of those things that once we get into it, Karen keeps wiping tears, Amy. Oh, no. Oh, I didn't see that. Huh? Look at the Sally Port video. Why is the steering wheel on the wrong side? They're saying because it's mirrored. Oh, thank you, Miss Gold. Hang on. It's because it's mirrored, they said. Which would be true if that is the case. Hang on. There's a few things going on. Twitter's kicking as well now. Coffin Daffer's off on one as well now. Coffin Daffer, Turtle Boy says Coffin Daffer is now using her platform to spread the proven lie that I was taking pictures of jurors simply because I was watching the live stream on my phone. She also accused the Glarer of abusing 16-year-old autistic. Oh, fucking hell. How has she never been sued before? So she does. She goes, why doesn't Karen Reid allow the blogger to sit in her box? After all he has done to help her. Why is the blogger not welcome on Court TV anymore? Why has the blogger been replaced with Mr. Rocco? Because the circus is coming to a close, and with the clowns in the circus must go home, but not before an attempt to take photos of the jurors. This is a big no-no. Motherfucker, she's such a lying bitch. I've proven her to be a liar so many times as well. I keep posting to her that she's a liar. Liar, liar, bums on fire. Jesus Christ. Right, let's see what Tom's up to then. I hate this, people. I hate liars. And coffin duffers are lying. Right. Let me just find this now. Tom CPU. Let's see, watch Karen go out. 8:36. Need to put that in timestamp then. Oh, Tom, go outside, Tom. What are you doing, Tom? All right, this is Tom. Hopefully he shows outside. I don't know. We'll see. Sorry, I need to put this timestamp in, and then I'm trying my best to do timestamps as well. Hello? I got kicked off again. Why do I keep getting kicked out?
Both ends. I'm outside the courthouse there, waiting for them to walk out.
I'm annoyed, people. I am annoyed right now. I am
I
annoyed.
thought I got special permission to stand with the press. Took a little talking to the trooper to get me through, but here I am. Thank you guys all for listening today. I'm sure, Tom, I want to thank you as well. I can't see the chat. I'm sorry.
Hi.
But we are grateful for each and every one of you who have taken us along this day. This stream has run for 10 hours. Beautiful day.
It's a beautiful day. I mean, it keeps kicking me out. Twice today's kicked me out. It keeps kicking Sean out as well. Why are they doing that? It's annoying. Oh, it's not just her, Lisa. It's not just her. She's a bitch, yes. But, I mean, StreamYard keeps kicking me off my own streams. So, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I did see it, Shari. I did see it. Sean probably play it on that. I try not to play stuff unless it's... unless I know it's going into court. Yeah, you keep getting kicked off. You need to stick a 50 pence in the meter. That's a good joke. I love it. So yeah, yeah, she's basically accusing this is unbelievable. Jennifer Coffinduffer needs to be careful. She is accused Aidan of taking pictures of the jury, and she is also accused the Glare of something very, very sickening. And I hope she gets her ass set to her, because she's a vile, disgusting human being. I got kicked back to the recommended page. What's that mean? Do you get kicked out of YouTube? Do you guys get kicked out of my streams then? Or is it just me? I hope she does. I hope so. You're saying Karen Mouth. She said no Proctor ever. Only commented that as people were discussing slightly poor. No, I know. No, she will. Aussie Inside is awesome. Don't get me wrong. I've seen it. It's awesome. Go and watch it. Honestly, go follow Aussie's Insider. She's got a really good video on it. I don't tend to play stuff unless I know it's going into evidence, because I want to see it as a juror. But definitely, Sean will probably play it tonight. So hey, don't apologize. You're not apologising, but don't say anything. It's fine. You've done nothing wrong, Shari. It's all good. It's baby. So yeah, do you guys get kicked out then? It's breaking me. Let me just be honest with you. I had a headache today as well. I got a migraine today as well. Jesus. I hope so. Mama Ames. Shari, yes. Oh, there you are, Tom. Oh, sorry, Tom.
Stay behind. Go get Karen.
Okay. You guys hear my
Such
orders?
a nice person. She's the same pause, Grant. Yeah.
So, I'm only about 4'11", so hopefully I'll be able to scoop my way. And
you got booted. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Jen McCabe. I just noticed it. Jen McCabe's tooth. I'm so sorry. Fuck. I can't get onto your show on my TV, but I can on my iPad. Son, yes, son, how I do it? It's absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? I don't get it. Two mad. There's two doors in Sallyport, one in front of her SUV and one in the back. You can see the open door behind, and you can see the cop with a shovel pushing snow out the other door in front. Oh, hang on. Here we go. Who is Tom's sister then? Hey, Heather, you should be kicked out several times, Heather, just by me.
Spirit. Don't quit, honey. Ever. We love
Karen, God bless your heart, darling.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jeannie. So we don't want you to hear you say you're not intelligent. Oh, thank you, Lisa. No, thank you, Lisa. Junk Bun's deaf. Why deaf for Junk Bun? Because I'm shouting.
Yeah.
Oh, Tom. Yeah, it's because of the Wi-Fi and stuff. It is. It's the internet.
Well, I mean, at that point, we didn't know what happened, how that tail light got fractured. Great job. And it wasn't until later on when we saw the discovery.
Action Jackson. We love you.
Sorry, for the defense. She backs up, she makes contact with that car. And for quite some time after that, Commonwealth was denied. It was close, but there was never contact. But it makes contact, you'll keep vehicle, and you'll see his left rear wing jets him forward, then return to its previous position. And that's how I believe my daughter's tail light got cracked. And you look at it when she's leaving, that tail light is not destroyed. It's largely intact. So
yep. That's right.
I'm not.
It's people behind her. People behind her.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Don't I put my job when I get home?
Oh my God. I'm gonna
It was nice to here, by the way. So well, I know, huh?
Good job. Nice to meet you. I hope I see you again. You will. You will.
Have a great evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye. Have a good one, sweetheart. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Brad?
Oh, I met Brad.
No. He has all Joey Guthrie attached. He's one that came in Joey Guthrie attached. He's got to.
Tom, what did you think of today? Let's get an exclusive from Tom.
There's no way the jury that's in there is going to convict Karen Reed. There's no way, no how, never going to happen. They're not,
You can
Lally,
tell?
Lally is not a prosecutor.
See, did you see the bike marks?
Yes.
You could see them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Much better in there. You can see the round, all the way around his elbow, you can see the bite mark. Where before we only saw like this much of them in there.
Really good
it was
attention.
Yeah.
You could see there was something.
wrong. Bad wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's all right, good.
Yeah.
We have to maintain some level of
Yeah, we have a parking pass.
anonymity
Right,
for her.
Oh, yeah, let's do it. Fred.
Kevin's tweaking. Okay.
Guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye. Bye. Nice to meet you, sweetie.
There you go. Well, Tom's very confident after that.
Thank you. Hi, Martha. Thank you so much.
So court tomorrow is well, we're going live from 8 o'clock tomorrow, people. Court is going on. My thing. Sorry, I got distracted there. He's a superstar. Look at him. He's like a Hollywood star. Tom is. I love it. No, I couldn't make it out because I couldn't make it out. Tom is like a superstar, and I'm here for it. Oh, the Glera, hang on. Has he got something to say?
Tom, we need you for a minute. Are you gonna be
Chrissy,
tomorrow?
can you take one of me too?
Yeah, let me get them first.
Okay.
You going in tomorrow?
I don't know. That wasn't the plan initially.
Rita, look at me.
I-
Tom, look. I'm so cute. No matter what you're gonna hang, you're gonna hang.
I want to get one with Tom.
Gary, go next to him now.
Go ahead for your sign, please.
Got it.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I got a picture.
No one's in your way. Nice
While
and
we're
tall.
here, Allison.
Yeah, Allison wants one. You want me to take one with your camera? Is it ready to go?
I got you, Allison.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, look
Hold on.
right in here. We're in the ring. Everybody look.
Where's her button?
I can't do that one. Come on.
Where's Al?
The Glera is the Undertaker. He is huge. The Glera, I did not expect the Glera to be that tall. Did not expect. Dan B says, uncivil law in 30 minutes. He has Karen's SUV being towed with all tail light. Oh, there you go. There you go. Exclusive then. Uncivil law. So 1 p.m. Yes, Lisa. Same as usual. 1 o'clock as usual. Hang on. What's Glera saying? 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock.
Tom ran out during the 5-minute break. He couldn't hold it in that long. So trust me, we all know.
Tom, Golden Girl. Tom
Come on,
is
Henry.
Tom CPU. He's the one.
Don't even tell me.
Harry, that's my friend Chris
Tom, will you?
over there.
He's the one that does all these videos. See Tom CPU at the bottom. Go and subscribe to him. He's fantastic. There you go. Right. So basically, the Glera might be in there tomorrow as well. Look at this ad for smoking. Fucking hell. I've not smoked for 3 years, so I can't watch that because I'm trying not to smoke. Right. So, Uncivil Law is very good. They got so many good streamers, isn't there? Boots on the ground. So Tom was saying, Tom was saying the jury looked they're never going to convict Karen, which is good news. I don't watch. I don't got. For me, my problem is having time to do everything. But when I finish here, I got to do timestamps. I got this one thing after another. Then bed. So marbles as well. I know. Jesus, I have to roll my own. I did. There we go. I finished on, I believe it was the 1st of March, 2021. 3, 4, 5, 6. So nearly 3.5 years for me as well. That's why I don't drink anymore, Di. I can't drink without having a ciggy, you know. So Will's a beast. So yeah, so Will, I believe, is going to be in court tomorrow. He said he might be in court tomorrow. So if he is, fine. If not, Friday, I'm sure he'll be doing analysis. I'm sure he'll stream this day as well. Go and listen to him. He'll have a lot to say. Same for Tom CPU. Probably Friday morning, he'll probably do a show about it all as well. So yeah, I agree. Smoking is addictive. I do never start smoking. Never start smoking. Worst thing I ever did. There you go. So we were not far off there, Di. Not far off. Love to get his thing. Yeah, so watch the Glera. If not tomorrow, then Friday. He'll have a show. And same for Tom. He'll have a show. I know, Sherry. I know. Luckily, I don't drink, or try not to. I know, Golden Girls. You and me as well. You smoke, yeah. I used to. I never. Marble Lights. I used to smoke when I was going out, but no, I used to roll them. People are embarrassed to be with me, but preferred roll ups. Gold Virginia. There you go. Driving the drink as well, yeah. So there we go. He probably won't. I don't. Maybe Sherry, but knowing Will, he'll probably just sample the occasion. Probably go out for dinner with some people. That's what I would do. I don't think he would stream. He's there, so he might do a short stream. He might do an hour stream or something. But I don't think you're gonna get the full-on Glera stream. So maybe he will. I don't know. Virginia Slim. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. You're targeted. Don't be shy. It is true. Thank you, Christine. Thank you, everybody. You're having a pint right now. I wish I could do that. See you, little G. And thanks for reminding me this morning that we have to do that business as well. Can they get Proctor and Son? They mention him all the time now. So I think that the Commonwealth will bring him on now. They will bring him on. I would think you would go to meet LTL, Brian or CB. I agree. Speaks out. Me as well. I'm more confident today now that, saying that, they made a point of saying that there's no lead investigator. It's a case investigator with everyone contributing. That's the only thing that might mean they don't have to call him because he's not the lead investigator. But I don't know. He's gonna get called up anyway. Virginia Slims are what my grandma used to smoke. Thin ones. It's a skinny. Yeah, I like skinny ones. I was never a fat roller. I had tips in it. Roll it with a tip. Always had a tip in it. Those are the days. I miss it. I shouldn't say that, but I do miss it sometimes. Hackers know how to F shit up. Yeah, I've been hacked several times. They are pain. There we go. Dennis is there. Oh, I don't know what's going on. I'm sorry. I'm way behind on chat. Yeah, right. Everybody, go and make your dinners. Go and make your coffees. Go and watch Uncivil Law. Go and watch Show on at 6. There's going to be a few people on. Just a reminder. Here we go. Amy Savatsky. This is my first day with you guys. Loved it. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Thank you for joining us. We always go live at 1 o'clock. Always say hello to us. Thank you, Amy. What's that say? Mods and chat. Oh, hopefully we reach 1.2k likes. We didn't. Oh, we're 4 short. Please make sure you like before you leave so we can get to 1,200 likes. I'm puffing it crazy. So, just as a reminder, it's court tomorrow. As a reminder as well, I know. Oh, okay. We got Turtle Boy coming here. I want to speak to him on Friday. He's going to be a special guest at 9 o'clock Eastern. Talk about his experience of what he's seen in court and stuff like that. So more than welcome to be here as well for that. I'm sure we could sort something out, Christine. It's fine. See you tomorrow, me Swiss lassie. Thank you, Jennifer. Right, everybody. I am going to smash the like. Yeah, once I get to 1,200, I will play the outro. We got 1 short of 1,200 people. Oh, that's a good point. Also, Miss Gold said, do you remember the fact that her brother was brushing the back of the SUV? So wouldn't he have just brushed off John's hair? What a good point. No star, Sherry. Cariad Mawr. Big love to you as well. Let's see. Have we reached it? Yes, we just reached it. Smack on 1,200. Right, I will play the outro. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, everybody. I got a massive headache, so I am going to... This is why I'm in the dark right now. I got a headache, so See you all tomorrow. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you, Eldon. Thank you, Stacey. Thank you, everybody. And let's play the outro. The outro is going to be the same as the intro, just in case you missed it. So here you go. Let's play it. Good night, everyone. Love you all. Take care. Ta-ra.